Chapter 20. Looking at Lin Feng, Xiao Yan asked, "Since you said this, does that mean you have a way for me to defeat Morong Yenran in 3 years?" Lin Feng smiled. "I have a way, but the final result depends on how determined you are and how much effort you can put in. A master can show you the way, but cultivation depends on yourself. A piece of rotten wood can never become a great person." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. "I don't know if in your eyes I am a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved or a talent that can be made, but I dare to say that my determination will never waver. I will try my best." The young man in black's eyes were full of determination. "No matter how much pain I have to endure, I will overcome all difficulties." Lin Feng nodded. "In that case, you can be my disciple. I will accept you." "I still need to be your disciple?" Xiao Yan was a little hesitant. Lin Feng said matter-of-factly, "As long as you become my disciple, I will teach you everything I know. What I want is a successor, not a half-hearted opportunist." Xiao Yan thought about it and was about to agree. Seeing that he was about to agree, Lin Feng's heart was instantly warmed. But then he felt a familiar wave of spiritual power approaching the lake. Turning his head to look, he saw a petite purple figure rushing towards him at lightning speed. Yan Mingwei also noticed it. She and Lin Feng both looked at the purple figure. Xiao Yan followed their gazes and was a little dazed. "Is that Zhenair?" Lin Feng secretly frowned. At such a crucial moment, the thing he's most afraid of is side issues. Even if Xiao Zhenair's talent makes him incredibly envious, right now he also doesn't want her to get involved and add variables to the matter of him taking Xiao Yan as a disciple. "I don't want to see other people. You go and see what she wants. I'll wait for you here." Lin Feng didn't allow for an explanation, directly ordering Xiao Yan to go and send Xiao Zhenair away. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Feng, then looked at Yan Mingyue. Finally, he nodded and walked to Xiao Zhenair, stopping her in the distance. Lin Feng could feel Xiao Zhenair's scrutinizing gaze sweeping towards him, but not knowing what excuse Xiao Yan found, he brought her along and walked towards an even further place. Yan Mingyue looked at Xiao Zhenair's back. Her eyes brightened. "My little friend Xiao Yan and this Miss Zhenair have a good relationship. This is another kind of opportunity." Lin Feng knew that she had been hiding in Xiao Yan's ring for the past 3 years, so she might have already noticed Xiao Zhenair's abnormality. In one's life, meeting anyone is an opportunity. However, whether or not it will affect one's future is hard to say. Lin Feng said casually. Yan Mingyue glanced at him. Fellow Taoist Lin's way of thinking is a bit similar to that of Buddhism. Lin Feng smiled noncommittally. Right now, most of his energy was spent on the heaven cage sigil in the spatial ring. He tried to use his own mana to explore the principles of the heaven cage sigil, but the results were minimal. But thinking about it, if the heaven cage sigil could be seen through so easily, how could it become a secret ability of Taishu Temple? But right now, to Lin Feng, he must decipher the heaven cage sigil in a short period of time, otherwise the remnant Taotai soul will reappear. At that time, Yan Mingyue will make a move to suppress it again, but Lin Feng will expose himself. He naturally won't be able to keep pretending to be an otherworldly expert. And Xiao Yan, this disciple of his, will also lose everything. While they were talking, Xiao Badian stood obediently at the side. However, he was still a child who was not even 4 years old, and his attention was quickly drawn by a little red bird that flew across the surface of the lake. Lin Feng glanced at the restless little guy out of the corner of his eyes and said in a bad mood, "Go play by yourself, don't run too far." "Thank you, master." The little guy cheered and chased after the little red bird. Yan Mingyue stared at the little guy's receding figure and sighed in a low voice. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you said that it's not easy to take in a disciple. You are too modest." This little disciple of yours has a very high innate talent. It is truly rare in this world. Aside from one of my senior brothers, I have never seen it on anyone else." Lin Feng smiled without minding it. Fellow Taoist shouldn't say that in front of him. Children can't stand being praised and become complacent. It will be hard for him to change his mind. He secretly laughed in his heart. Although your Taishu temple is filled with geniuses and monsters are as many as dogs, the little guy in front of him still hasn't displayed his true talent. If he wasn't murdered by his clan brother, the little guy would have been at Foundation establishment from birth. However, Taishu Temple's heaven-defying talent reserve still made Lin Feng extremely envious. Before, he used the talent detector in the system tools to secretly test Yan Mingyue, but only received a system notification. Target meets the criteria, but has already taken someone else as a master. Need to remove the original master-disciple relationship before becoming host's direct disciple. Lin Feng said in his heart, "Looks like I can't take in someone who has already taken a master as a disciple. If I want to poach, I have to first encourage this person to betray his original sect before I can take in a disciple." Yan Mingyue lightly frowned. That seems to be a fire hummingbird. This type of spirit bird is extremely rare. I've only seen it at the gate of the Blaze Sword sect before. I've never heard of a fire hummingbird in this generation of Wuzhou. Lin Feng was busy studying the Heaven Cage sigil, casually responding, "Maybe someone brought it over." Halfway through his words, Lin Feng's voice abruptly stopped. "Damn it, it's the Blaze Sword sect. Little red bird, don't run." The little guy eagerly chased behind the little red bird, turning around a small forest, only to see the little red bird land on the shoulder of a red-clothed person. The other party is standing in a group of red-clothed people, a dozen or so people standing together, mana surging all over their body, incomparably hot. Standing next to them is like standing next to the mouth of a volcano. Among them, the mana of two of them is as deep as the ocean, vast and endless. Impressively, they are Foundation establishment stage cultivators. And at the front is a fierce-looking red-haired old man. He looks calm, but the pressure he brings to the little guy is even greater than all of the other people added together. Even though the little guy is small, he is precocious, and his eyes are very sharp. With one glance, he recognized a red-clothed youth standing in the crowd. It's precisely that Blaze Sword sect disciple that he shook off in the mountains back then. This person is respectfully saying to the red-haired old man, "Elderly, this is the child disciples saw before." Wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, finding it by chance without even looking for it, the red-haired old man sized up the little guy, his gaze revealing a hint of amazement, slowly nodding his head. "Good, good. Sure enough, your talent is outstanding. Your constitution is extraordinary." He walked in front of the little guy in large strides and said straightforwardly, "Kid, come with me. From today onwards, you are a disciple of the Blaze Sword sect." The little guy blinked his eyes. "But old grandpa, I already have a master." The eyebrows of the red-haired elderly slightly raised. "Little kid doesn't know the rules. If I say you are a disciple of the Blaze Sword sect, then you can only be." "Old grandpa, I think it's better if I go." The little guy retreated a few steps, suddenly turning around and escaping. Elderly snorted coldly. A Foundation establishment stage cultivator of the Blaze Sword sect stood out beside him. Stretching out his palm and opening it, mana turned into a sky full of flames, like a large cover directly trapping the little guy underneath. Chapter 21. The sky full of flames enveloped the little guy's front, back, left, right, and above his head, leaving no way out. The little guy wailed loudly, "You're a bad person. I'm not going with you guys." The Foundation establishment stage cultivator frowned and said, "A wild child from a mountain village who doesn't know what's good for him. It's his good fortune that my Blaze Sword sect took him in, yet he's still mixing things up here. How annoying." Zhang Nan Teach him a lesson right now. Teach him the rules so that when he gets back to the sect, he won't make a scene. It's not embarrassing enough. The red-robed youth Zhang, Nan, who first met the little guy, responded and walked towards the fire barrier. Looking at the little guy, Zhang, Nan laughed coldly in his heart. Brat, in the end, you still have to fall into my hands. Back then in the mountains, being thrown off by the little guy already made him extremely unhappy. Now, seeing that elderly decided to take the little guy as his disciple as soon as they met, Zhang Nan felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. Back then he was also considered a famous genius in his hometown, but to enter the Blaze sword sect, he still had to expend a lot of effort. And this brat who played around with him was easily taken in as a disciple, making the already narrow-minded Zhang Nan both jealous and hateful. The foundation establishment stage, Cultivator purposely opened a hole in the fire barrier to make it convenient for Zhang Nan to enter. Seeing that there was finally a hole in the fire barrier, the little guy immediately scurried up, wanting to escape with his life. Zhang Nan was waiting for this moment. He stepped forward and blocked the little guy's path. The little guy hurriedly said, "Get out of the way. Just stay inside." Zhang Nan laughed coldly and pushed a palm towards the little guy's chest. The space in the gap was limited. The little guy was unable to dodge and could only face the attack, also pushing a palm towards Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan secretly sneered. He could see that even though the little guy's escape technique was exquisite, he was after all only at the 4th level of Qi Disciple. Going head-on against him who was at the 6th level of Qi Disciple is asking for trouble. While he was thinking, Zhang Nan suddenly saw Xiao Budian's palm turn over and grab his wrist. It turned out that Xiao Budian's forward push was just a feint. After grabbing Zhang Nan, his extraordinary physical strength suddenly burst out. Before Zhang Nan could even react, he was thrown over his head by the little guy. Like swinging a hammer, he heavily smashed onto the ground. The crowd of Blaze sword sect cultivators were all dumbfounded. No one thought that Xiao Budian would actually be so ferocious. Seeing that Tiny Tot was about to run out of the fire barrier after knocking Zhang Nan over, the Foundation Establishment Stage cultivator, who set up the fire barrier, could no longer maintain his composure. With a cold snort, his vigorous magic power immediately overwhelmed Tiny Tot. The little guy laid on the ground and continuously struggled. Even though he was young, his physical strength was extremely powerful. At this moment, he went berserk and roared again and again, just like a young vicious beast. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's face was ashen. He did not kill him, but in the end, he felt as if he could not suppress the little guy. Only now did Zhang Nan regain his composure. The laughter of his fellow disciples came from outside the fire barrier, and his old face immediately flushed red. He was furious in his heart as he turned over and crawled up, pouncing onto Xiao Budian's body. He slapped Xiao Budian's head, causing Xiao Budian's head to knock onto the ground. Zhang Nan cursed in a low voice, "Little bastard, I'll teach you the rules today." After saying that, he slapped Tiny Tot's body again and again. Tiny Tot only felt a burning pain on his body, but he did not cry nor did he shout out in pain, not making a single sound. Only because his master once said to him, "When you're at a disadvantage, the more you admit defeat, the happier your enemy will be, and the more they will bully you. You can lose anything but your spirit. You have to be strong. You have to think of a way to turn defeat into victory." Seeing that not only did Tiny Tot not yield, but instead struggled more and more, Zhang Nan's ferocity was aroused. His strength rose to the extreme, a palm chopping towards the back of Tiny Tot's neck. "Stop right there." As soon as Lin Feng arrived, he saw the scene that made him furious. He hurriedly shouted loudly, like a clap of thunder exploding on the ground. Following the shout, a ray of resplendent northern aurora mystic light shot straight at the fire barrier. The violent lightning directly tore the fire barrier apart. turning it into a sky full of flowing fire that scattered in all directions. The lightning did not stop, striking straight at the dumbstruck Zhang Nan. On the Blaze sword sect's side, a divine light flashed in Elder Li's eyes, coldly saying, "Insignificant tricks, and you dare to come out and show off." Raising his hand and pointing, a crimson-red sword aura shot out. It was only a hair's breadth away from Zhang Nan. The crimson-red sword aura blocked the northern aurora mystic light, shattering the lightning in midair. Lin Feng's pupils abruptly contracted. Golden elixir period. The northern aurora mystic light is the foundation establishment stage magic item, northern aurora sword's strongest attack. Even with Lin Feng's own cultivation, he is unable to activate it. He must rely on the Heaven Thunder Moon Jade to be able to use it. It is equivalent to the full power attack of a peak foundation establishment stage cultivator. It is Lin Feng's strongest trump card. He saw the mana fluctuations of the fire barrier from far away and knew that it was the technique of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. If he wants to save people, he must first break the fire barrier. That's why Lin Feng used a big move right from the start and sure enough broke the fire barrier in one hit. But right now the northern aurora mystic light was casually broken by that red-haired old man's sword. Lin Feng's heart also subsequently sank to the bottom. Every large realm is a huge dividing line, a heavenly moat that is hard to cross for ordinary people. Don't mention that right now Lin Feng is only Qi Disciple Level 7. Even if he succeeds in foundation establishment, facing Elder Li in the Golden Elixir period, he would only be delivering food. There is simply no way to make up for such a large gap. The difference in strength is like the difference between heaven and earth, allowing Elder Li to ignore all schemes and methods and directly crush Lin Feng. Lin Feng faced a group of Blaze sword sect cultivators who were glaring at him like tigers watching their prey. The cold sweat on his back had already drenched his clothes. "Master!" Lin Feng's attack before was also not completely useless. The aftermath of the collision between the crimson-red sword aura and the northern aurora mystic light directly overturned Zhang Nan, who was pressing down on Xiao Budian. Xiao Budian struggled to get up, running towards Lin Feng. But he had just run out 2 steps when his body abruptly paused. In the next moment, he flew backwards and landed in Elder Li's hands. The red-haired old man grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air. Being grabbed by this old man, Xiao Budian only felt powerless all over his body. He was unable to use all of his mana and powerful physical strength. Xiao Budian's 4 limbs helplessly struggled in the air. Let me go, let me go, you bad old man. Master, master, quickly save me, master." Lin Feng tasted bitterness in his mouth, forcefully pulling himself together and maintaining the demeanor of an expert on the surface, coldly looking at the group of Blaze sword sect cultivators. The Grand Blaze sword sect, also considered to be one of the 9 Heavens Sword Alliance. "You actually bully a child." Elder Li smiled coldly. "Just a wandering cultivator. A mere peak foundation establishment stage cultivation. You think you're worthy of showing off your tongue in front of me? This kid's natural talent is extraordinary. Learning from you is simply like casting pearls before swine, and it's a waste of his natural talent. I took him into my sword sect precisely, so that his natural talent wouldn't be wasted, and it's his fortune and luck. As for you," Elder Li curled his lips in disdain, "today I took in a good disciple. I'm in a good mood, so I won't argue with you. Hurry up and scram as far as you can. From today onwards, you're not allowed to appear in front of me. Otherwise, I'll cut you down with one strike of my sword. I want to see who dares to say bad things about me." He casually glanced at Lin Feng. This is still because of that northern aurora mystic light of Lin Feng before. Otherwise, he wouldn't even deign to look at Lin Feng. But just this glance made Lin Feng instantly feel as if he was placed in a 10,000-year-old ice cave. A strong sense of life and death crisis that he had never felt before instantly emerged from the bottom of his heart. He had never felt that he was so close to death, his life withering and his soul being destroyed. The pressure of a golden elixir period cultivator exerted on a Qi disciple level 7 cultivator. Just this pressure alone would be enough to shatter the opponent's bones. Lin Feng's fingers moved a bit. He had the urge to clench his fists, but he restrained himself at the first moment and relaxed again. Right now, Lin Feng's heart was fighting with himself. What should I do? Should I endure it? The difference in strength between us is too great. If I fight, I'll definitely be killed by this old man. If he can't complete the system's mission within a year and can't gather 4 disciples, he will of course be killed by the system. But if he doesn't back down today, he might immediately die. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. I'll endure it for today. When my cultivation is higher in the future, I'll have this old man pay me back double, knowing that I'm not his opponent, and still going head-on. That's not bravery, that's idiocy. Lin Feng continuously convinced himself in his heart, but when he met the little guy's clear gaze, he suddenly couldn't continue. In the eyes of a 4-year-old child, there was no fear, no worry, only endless hope. It was as if he never worried that his master would not be the opponent of the enemy, and even more so never thought that his master would give up on him. Lin Feng suddenly clenched his fists tightly, roaring in his heart. Fuck, idiocy is idiocy. Lousy didn't cross over to be someone's grandson. What's the point of living if I'm so useless? If you don't die, you'll live for tens of thousands of years. Just one word. Fuck. Lin Feng's action of clenching his fists was keenly noticed by Elder Li. He sneered. Looks like you want to seek your own death. Then this old man will help you. With one hand grabbing the little guy, the other hand formed a sword with his fingers, a dazzling, fiery red sword. Aura began to condense at the tip of his fingers. Unlike his juniors who used their flying swords, Elder Li had already completely refined his flying sword into a blazing sword. Aura, man, and sword as one. His strength was on a completely different level. The sword aura was like a dancing flame. It had not yet been released, but it was already emitting a terrifying and peerless aura of power. Within a circumference of a few hundred meters, all of the vegetation had already withered, and a large amount of water had evaporated. Lin Feng stood in place. The air he breathed into his lungs felt like it was about to burn. The waves of dizziness in the scorching hot environment were actually the signs of dehydration. He could even see a large amount of water vapor rising from the surface of the small lake in the distance, like clouds and mist. This was the terrifying strength of a golden elixir period cultivator. Once Elder Li's sword was released, it was enough to flatten the entire area around the small lake in the north of the city. Lin Feng licked his cracked lips. Right now, he was the direct target of this sword. Chapter 22. Facing Elder Li's upcoming terrifying attack, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Fearless. Since he's already made his decision, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng also retracted the mana he used to explore the Heaven Cage sigil. Even if he does it, he won't do it recklessly. Instead, he will use all possible power. He already has an idea, which is to simply destroy the already tottering Heaven Cage sigil and release that Taotai remnant soul. It's very hard to judge what Yan Mingyue will do. The only way for Lin Feng to face a terrifying golden elixir period cultivator by himself is to muddy the waters. Only when the situation is chaotic can there be the possibility of fishing in troubled waters. Just as Lin Feng retracted his mana from the Heaven Cage sigil, the long-awaited system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. The host's own analysis failed. Do you want to activate the system tool, Ability Analyzer? Lin Feng subconsciously pressed. Yes, the system immediately reacted. System tool, Ability Analyzer activated. Up until now, the Super Founder system has a total of 3 subsystems, respectively the Exchange System, Lottery System, and Disciple System. Other than this, there is also a system tool, which is the talent detector, specifically used to detect the target's cultivation talent and categorize it by bone structure, comprehension, will, and fortune, and make a numerical summary. And now the newly activated Ability Analyzer's function is to help Lin Feng analyze a certain type of ability and analyze its structure and principles. The goal is to help Lin Feng master this ability in the shortest amount of time. The Ability Analyzer also has a limit. The analysis needs a certain amount of time. For example, the attack of the Blaze Sword Sect Elder Li right now, after his power exploded out, the attack ended. In such a short amount of time, the Ability Analyzer is unable to analyze the spell and ability he used. So this system tool is mainly aimed at formations and sigil-type abilities that have a long-term effect, abilities that exist for a long period of time. For example, the Heaven Cage Sigil. Lin Feng activated the Ability Analyzer without hesitation and started to analyze the Heaven Cage Sigil. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind, and he had a bold plan. Secretly making preparations, on the surface Lin Feng was still as steady as a mountain, standing on the spot expressionlessly, calmly facing Elder Li's secret technique of the Blaze Sword Sect Meteor Shower Sword. Judging from his appearance, it could be said that he was scared out of his wits. Zhang Nan sneered and said to Xiao Budian, "Look carefully. That master of yours is just trash in front of our Blaze Sword Sect." The little guy did not pay attention to Zhang Nan. His large eyes nervously stared at Lin Feng. Once Elder Li's flying Meteor Sword's Divine Sword technique was unleashed, it was mighty and unstoppable. The little guy's confidence was no longer that great. Compared to Elder Li's great momentum, Lin Feng's side did not make any movements at all, making it hard for people to have confidence in him. The other party's arrogance rose higher and higher, already gradually approaching the peak. Lin Feng knows very well that Elder Li's flying Meteor Sword actually does not need such a long build-up time. The reason why he wanted to put on such a stance was not to intimidate Lin Feng. In his eyes, Lin Feng is already a dead man. What he wants to intimidate is Xiao Budian. Elder Li wants to completely subdue Xiao Budian and let Xiao Budian realize the enormous gap between Lin Feng and the Blaze Sword Sect. After witnessing the strength of the Blaze Sword Sect, he will be willing to take him as his master and learn. Finally, Elder Li's momentum has already reached the peak. His index and middle fingers stood together like a sword pointing straight at Lin Feng. The flames on his fingertips exploded with a loud bang, turning into thousands of blazing sword auras, swaying in the air with long tails of flames. It was as if thousands of fire dragons were roaring and charging out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they pounced towards Lin Feng. Some of the sword auras that were close to the ground brought about a powerful force during their flight, directly plowing out several dozen deep trenches on the ground. What kind of power is this? Each sword aura can destroy a small mountain. Each sword aura is equivalent to the full power attack of a Foundation Establishment Stage cultivator. Each one is not something that the current Lin Feng can block. And right now there are hundreds and thousands of these sword auras blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Wherever the sword auras passed through, a stretch of scorched earth was left. The berserk power at this moment shook this entire Wuzhou city. Xiao Budian opened his eyes wide. "Master, show them what you're made of." Elder Li, who was grabbing onto him, coldly snorted. "Little kid, open your eyes wide and look clearly. This is the true method of immortals." Xiao Zhan, and Xiao Yan were also alarmed at this time and hurried over. Xiao Yan saw the scene of thousands of sword auras flying, and his expression changed greatly. "Golden elixir period cultivator. Little big brother, the master that you want to acknowledge, I'm afraid it's all bark and no bite." Xiao Zhan frowned as he stared at Lin Feng, who still didn't have the slightest reaction, as if he was stunned hesitating in his heart. Should I save him? Yen Mingyue has actually been hiding at the side the whole time. All of her attention was focused on Lin Feng. If you have any methods, you should use them now, or else it'll be too late. The others were all shaken to the core. Lin Feng, who is at the center of the storm, only has one feeling right now, and that is heat. It's incomparably hot, as if he's in a furnace. His entire body is about to be burned to ashes. In his line of sight is a field of fiery red. The dazzling scarlet sword aura made him unable to open his eyes. Lin Feng can already smell the scent of death. Open! Right at the same time Elderly attacked, Lin Feng's mana surged, attacking from both inside and outside with the Tao Tai, forcefully breaking the Heaven Cage sigil in the ring. I'm out. I'm finally out. Yen Mingyue, if I don't eat you, it'll be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Eat, eat, eat. An ear-piercing voice continuously rang out in Lin Feng's mind. The ring in the center of his palm is like a black hole emitting a huge suction force, wanting to swallow everything in its surroundings that it can come into contact with. Lin Feng immediately felt his mana surge uncontrollably towards the ring at this moment, like a flood after a dam has burst, madly pouring down. In front of his eyes, the hundreds and thousands of blazing sword auras are already very close at hand, and there's also a black hole continuously swallowing his mana. Lin Feng, who is trapped from both inside and outside, instead revealed a smile on his face, calmly putting the ring on his finger. Lin Feng calmly stretched out his right hand and pushed forward, as if wanting to block the blazing fire surging towards him. Overestimating yourself. All of the Blaze Sword Sect cultivators revealed a disdainful expression. A Foundation Establishment Stage cultivator wanting to block the Sword Path divine ability of a Golden Elixir Period cultivator. Like, this is practically asking to be humiliated. His only result is to be burned into charcoal. The crowd of Blaze Sword Sect cultivators seem to have already seen the first sword aura attacking towards Lin Feng, chopping off his outstretched right hand. Following that is the second, the third, the hundreds and thousands of sword auras will first dismember his corpse into thousands of pieces. Then the sword auras will turn into blazing fire, burning this little wandering cultivator who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth to ashes. What a perfect scene! Elderly and the others watched with a smile, but as they watched, their smiles all froze on their faces. What did they see? When Elderly's incomparably violent sword aura came into contact with Lin Feng's outstretched palm, it suddenly disappeared. That's right, it disappeared, without a sound, without a trace. There was no violent collision, there was no astonishing aura. It just silently disappeared from their line of sight, just like that. Following that, the second, the third, Lin Feng's palm at this moment was like a bottomless abyss, silently and resolutely swallowing the hundreds and thousands of sword auras emitted by Elderly's meteor shower sword. The next moment, the lakeside was completely silent. The two sides were still standing face to face, as if the meteor shower sword that was enough to flatten an area of several miles nearby had never appeared. Only the dry and hot air that still remained in the air and the pitch black and messy ground proved that it had indeed existed before. A clear and crisp child's voice suddenly emerged from the silent crowd. "Master is so awesome." It was precisely Xiao Budian. Even though he was hung in midair by the collar by Elderly, the little guy was still dancing and cheering for Lin Feng. This is impossible. Only now did the crowd of Blaze Sword Sect cultivators come to their senses, all of them in an uproar. Elderly even more so stared at Lin Feng with a pair of bull eyes, making sounds from his throat but unable to say anything. Only now did Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. His back was already completely drenched. The suction force from the ring on his finger became extremely weak. The whispers of the Tao Tai entered his ears. Delicious! So delicious! I've made up for all the losses these few years, but I still want to continue eating. While speaking, Lin Feng felt the suction force from the ring become stronger once again. Chapter 23. From start to finish, the expression on Lin Feng's face did not change in the slightest, calmly and indifferently looking at the group of Blaze sword sect cultivators in front of him. A moment ago, this kind of expression of his was thought by people to be scared silly by Elder Li's monstrous offensive. But now, after Elder Li's overbearing meteor blaze sword was dissolved into nothingness, everyone's expression changed. Elder Li's head of scarlet hair flew in the air, swinging his hand and throwing Xiao Budian to the blaze sword sect cultivators behind him. Then, without saying a word, he walked forward in large strides towards Lin Feng. The cold smile that was originally disdainful on his face has already disappeared. What replaced it was incomparable seriousness and sternness. The red-haired old man flicked his palm. Endless flames gushed out. In the next instant, it rapidly condensed again, transforming into a dark red sword of light in the center of his palm. The sword of light looks very ordinary. There is only a hint of dim luster circulating on the sword's edge. But the pressure that this sword of light brings to Lin Feng far surpasses that of the monstrous meteor blaze sword from before. That was because the old man had taken out his trump card this time. His entire body's vigorous magic power was condensed on this light sword, and his power was compressed to the extreme. The blazing fire magic power did not leak out in the slightest. Instead, it was still absorbing heat from the surrounding air. The originally unbearably hot air cooled down at this moment. The group of Blaze sword sect cultivators gathered together naturally formed endless heat, but right now it has also completely disappeared. It's not that they restrained their mana aura, but that even this heat was absorbed by Elder Li's sword of light. The seemingly ordinary sword of light, at this moment, faintly exuded a heart-palpitating power, a kind of destructive concept. Lin Feng gazed at the sword of light. He is certain that if he was hit by this sword, he would not be wrapped in flames. There wouldn't even be a process of being burned. Instead, he would directly be turned into ashes and dust. The instant he was hit by the sword, he would be vaporized by the violent high temperature. If this sword landed in a small lake far away, tens of thousands of cubic meters of lake water would evaporate in an instant. If it landed on the city wall of Wuzhou City, it can split half of Wuzhou City in one strike. The serious Elder Li did not waste any more words. The light sword in his hand pointed straight at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was well aware that if he were to compete with this golden elixir period cultivator in terms of reaction speed, he would be courting death. Therefore, when Elder Li pointed his sword at him, Lin Feng retracted his right hand that was wearing the ring to his chest. Having learned his lesson from the meteor sword, the old man would definitely not disperse his power this time. Instead, he would focus all of his attacks on a single point. Lin Feng was betting on where Elder Li would attack. If he guessed wrongly, the ring would not be able to protect him, and he would definitely die. From the moment Lin Feng decided not to back down and resolutely fought against the Blaze Sword sect, he had already expected that he would face a hopeless situation where he had a slim chance of survival. But this instead stimulated his fighting spirit. He wanted to use all his strength to carve out a path for himself. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart almost stopped beating. At the same time, the red-haired old man disappeared. His speed was so fast that Lin Feng could not react at all. Elder Li had already arrived in front of him. The dark red light sword was just inches away. Lin Feng roared madly in his heart. He gambled correctly. The light sword was stabbing towards his chest. If he did not anticipate the enemy's move first and acted ahead of time, Lin Feng would not be able to block this killing blow at all. But right now, everything is different. A powerful suction force erupted from the ring, madly swallowing the mana contained in Elder Li's light sword. The angry roar of the Tao Tai passed by Lin Feng's ears. "Little thief, you dare to use me?" If I don't die today, I will definitely eat you. Right now, Elder Lee's face was livid, feeling his mana rapidly flowing away. The Tautai in the ring swallowed Elder Lee's mana with all its might. On one hand, it was because it was a glutton. It would rather eat to death than give up the delicacy in front of its mouth. On the other hand, it was because the Tautai was already in a difficult position right now. If it gave up at this time, it would block the spear for Lin Feng and be the first to be eliminated by Elder Lee's light sword. Elder Lee's speed was too fast to the point that by the time the people at the scene saw his movements clearly, the light sword had already stabbed into Lin Feng's chest. Right now, the light sword was like a black hole. All of the light rays that entered it disappeared. When people looked over, they immediately felt their mind become unsteady, as if their entire soul was about to be sucked into it. The cultivators of the Blaze, Sword Sect, all let out a cheer. "You're still not dead this time." The group of people were wild with joy as they watched Elder Lee succeed, so excited that their eyeballs were all red. But after a moment, the cheers abruptly stopped, only leaving behind a trace of the ending sound trembling in the air, because they shockingly discovered that the Lin Feng who was hit by the sword was actually still standing there perfectly fine, safe and sound. Instead, Elder Lee's light sword was rapidly withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng still did not move in the slightest. There was also not the slightest bit of mana fluctuation around his body. He calmly stood where he was, calmly looking at Elder Lee as if he was looking at a clown, amusing himself. The next moment, Elder Lee's light sword disappeared. The arm that was stabbing forward still blankly extended in front of Lin Feng. The old man's face was full of shock. His head of red hair that was originally flying around like raging fire also lost its vigor at this moment, drooping on his shoulders. He used all of his strength, but the other person seemed to not care at all. At this moment, Elder Lee finally felt fear. "I made an error of judgment. This person's cultivation is so high that it's completely not something I can contend against. It's practically like a child facing a grown man." "Run. We must run. Everyone must run. Otherwise, when the opponent makes a move, we'll all die." Elder Lee wanted to retreat, but at this time Lin Feng, who had not spoken all along, finally spoke. "Little guy, have you messed around enough?" Lin Feng retracted his right hand that was at his chest. At this moment, it once again extended out. His index and middle fingers also stood side by side like a sword, forming a sword seal and thrusting towards Elder Lee. Only Lin Feng could hear the raging roar of the Tautai in the ring. "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore." The scarlet-red sword aura that was swallowed by the Tautai condensed the purest power of a golden elixir period cultivator. The Tautai right now was only a remnant soul. Its appetite in the end has its limits. Not only was it unable to swallow this sword aura, it was instead heavily injured by the sword aura. Helpless, the Tautai could only spit out the sword aura once again. "Since you've messed around enough, I'll return your thing to you." The red light on Lin Feng's fingertip exploded. A dark red sword that was exactly the same as the one Elder Lee used before appeared on his fingertip, flying towards Elder Lee. No, Elder Lee's face was like he had seen a ghost. He had no time to dodge at all, and was pierced by Lin Feng's sword. The sword light exploded inside Elder Lee's body. The raging fire elemental mana wreaked havoc. Balls of raging fire shot out from Elder Lee's 7 orifices. A large amount of fire elephant's spiritual essence gushed out from the pores all over his body, burning all his clothes in a flash. The completely naked old man was both ashamed and angry, but he did not dare to make the slightest movement. He just stood straight where he was, circulating his chi to bitterly resist the raging fire in his body. Any bit of carelessness, and he'll be burnt into charcoal. Even the little guy who had the most confidence in Lin Feng right now was also staring dumbstruck at the scene in front of him. Only after a long while did he spit out a few words from between his teeth. "Master, so strong." The group of Blaze sword sect cultivators around him were all dumbstruck, involuntarily nodding their heads when they heard what was said. When they reacted, they were all incomparably embarrassed, but they looked at each other and had nothing to say. What did they see? In this battle, Lin Feng actually did not make a move from start to finish. He just stood where he was without moving, not blocking nor dodging, allowing Elder Li to use all of his methods to attack as he wished. He didn't use any spells or abilities, nor did he fight in the martial way. "It's just you hitting me. I don't move. When I get irritated, I'll casually throw your attack back and directly press you down onto the ground." In the distance, Xiao Yan was also shocked, speechless right now. That red-haired old man is a genuine golden elixir period cultivator, and he's even a golden elixir period cultivator of a large sect like the Blaze Sword Sect. The highest level cultivator Xiao Yan has seen before is the City Lord of Wuzhou City. Even that is only at the golden elixir realm, and it can't even compare to the Elder Li in front of him. But it's this kind of great cultivator that in front of Lin Feng, he completely did not have the strength to fight back. If I can acknowledge him as my master, thinking up to here, Xiao Yan's heart burned with passion. He thought of 3 years later, the Cellerita's sword sect's Murong Yanran, thought of the opponent that caused his father's heavy injuries and death. Xiao Zhan also looked in shock at Lin Feng, who still had an indifferent face, her eyes shining with extraordinary splendor. "I also made the mistake of underestimating the people of the world. In this world, there is always someone better than you. There is always someone better. It's a pity that my family won't accept Xiao Yan Gij, but if he can acknowledge this senior as his master, his future will definitely be great." Right now, everyone present was shocked, speechless. Only Lin Feng was as calm as before, raising his eyes and looking towards the group of Blaze Sword Sect cultivators, his gaze staring at Xiao Badian in the crowd. Being looked at like this by him, everyone in the Blaze Sword Sect shuddered, all over, retreating in unison. The area around Xiao Badian's body instantly became empty. Chapter 24. Silently, Lin Feng's gaze looked over. All of the Blaze Sword Sect cultivators seemed to have been stung by a scorpion, hurriedly distancing themselves from the little guy. The gaze of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator flashed. His retreating body stopped and wanted to pounce towards the little guy again. They have to take this hostage. Otherwise, they won't be able to escape unscathed. Lin Feng glanced at him and lightly said, "From now on, if my disciple loses a hair, you guys leave one life behind." The body of the Foundation establishment stage cultivator instantly froze on the spot, not daring to move at all. Seeing this, Lin Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. Right now, his body's condition is also extremely terrible. Even though the Tao Tai swallowed Elder Li's attack, just the aftermath of the attack of a golden elixir period great cultivator is already unbearable for Lin Feng. After that, Elder Li's mana surpassed the Tao Ye's devouring limit. The Tao Tai was forced to spit out all of the mana it swallowed. Not only the dark red sword of light, even the mana of the meteorite sword from before was also released. A considerable portion of it flowed into Lin Feng's body. Right now, his insides are also burning, only feeling that all of the blood in his body is about to boil and bubble. Right at this time, the Tao Che's devouring power once again appeared from the ring on his finger. Even though it was heavily injured by Elder Li, and the strength of the Tao Tai, who was originally only a remnant soul, greatly decreased, its gluttonous nature has not changed. Just having caught its breath, its first reaction was to eat. "When I recover my strength, I'll definitely swallow you whole." The Tao Tai roared angrily from within the ring. Lin Feng laughed coldly. "I'm afraid you don't have such good teeth." Finishing speaking, Lin Feng's mana rushed into the ring, turning into several tens of light pillars that crisscrossed and instantly formed an enormous cage. locking the Taotai inside. The Taotai roared and pounced towards the cage, wanting to devour the mana that formed the light pillars. But the essence of the light pillars circulated, and the entire cage shone brightly together, firmly suppressing the Taotai. After a momentary daze, the Taotai instantly flew into a rage. "It's the Heaven Cage sigil again. You're also from Taishu Temple? Wah! I'm so angry. One day, I'll swallow all of you bastards from the Taishu Temple." Lin Feng ignored its clamor, feeling gratified in his heart. The system tools were indeed extraordinary. Through the ability analyzer, he was able to analyze the mysteries of the Heaven Cage sigil in a short time. This was a secret of the Taishu Temple, and now Lin Feng was able to learn it as soon as he learned it. That was why he was able to use the Taotai as a shield and restrain it. Otherwise, even if he could get past Elder Li, he would still be sucked dry by the Taotai. Lin Feng looked at Elder Li, whose skin was flushed red and was constantly emitting white steam. The other party was now like a cooked prawn, secretly calling himself lucky in his heart. Lin Feng knows that the reason why he was able to succeed in one strike is more, because he soundlessly and forcefully took on Elder Li's strongest attack. The result was too shocking, making this Aurus Core stage cultivator panic. Not only was he unable to dodge Lin Feng's counterattack, he didn't even have time to defend, and just took a sword head-on like this. This sword was completely equivalent to the full power attack of a golden elixir period cultivator. At the same level as Elder Li, the old ghost took it without any defense. Not dying was already very lucky. The little guy dashed to his side and said with a smile, "Master, that move of yours just now was very powerful. Can you teach me?" Lin Feng patted his little head. "You won't be able to learn it now. Work hard, and Master will naturally pass it on to you in the future." Finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Zhang Nan in the crowd, his voice slightly cold. "You just beat up this Lord's disciple. Did you have a good time?" Lin Feng was extremely unhappy with Zhang Nan. If it wasn't for this guy, why would he need to risk his life against a golden elixir period cultivator? Zhang Nan's mind was in a trance. His attention was still stuck on the unbelievable fact that Elder Li was defeated. Right now, meeting Lin Feng's gaze, he instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Say, Senior, I just—" Zhang Nan's face was ashen. He couldn't even speak fluently. The group of Blaze sword sect cultivators beside him all retreated to the side at this time, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Their gazes staring at Zhang Nan became more and more unfriendly. "It's all this guy's fault. If it wasn't for him, how would Elder Li have suffered such a calamity? How would we have had such a disaster? Before Elder Li was defeated, no one would have thought that it would be this kind of result." All of the Blaze sword sect cultivators thought that they could easily take, in the little guy, this genius disciple. That wandering cultivator master of the little guys better be sensible, or else they'll teach him a lesson and let him know the power of the Blaze sword sect. But at this moment, everyone was regretting. Their hearts were stifled and uncomfortable. The unfathomable Lin Feng was really too scary, making them only want to get as far away from this monster as possible. The gap between the two sides was too big, making them only feel fear. They didn't even dare to give birth to hatred. The accumulated evil fire needed a way to be vented. Zhang Nan, who first caused the incident, naturally became the punching bag of his fellow sect members. A foundation establishment stage. Cultivator stared at Zhang Nan, his face ashen, as he said, "It's all because of you." The other foundation establishment stage cultivator did not say a word, directly throwing out a slap and sending Zhang Nan flying. Poor Zhang Nan was already sent flying before he could even react. His body even made a few high-difficulty somersaults in midair before finally fiercely crashing onto the ground. Beating up your own disciple in front of outsiders is actually a very demoralizing and embarrassing thing. unable to beat the other, but venting on your own disciple, unable to protect your own disciple, and even using your disciple as a scapegoat, this kind of sect undoubtedly easily loses cohesion and easily causes the sect's disciples to drift apart. But when this foundation establishment stage cultivator viciously slapped Zhang Nan, at this moment all of the Blaze Sword sect disciples cheered loudly in their hearts, only feeling that it was a good hit. This kind of scourge should be viciously beaten up. He really deserved it. The pressure that Lin Feng brought them already made it impossible for them to think calmly. They only felt that there was a breath in their hearts that they couldn't hold back. If they didn't vent it, it would make them go crazy. Lin Feng looked at the half-dead Zhang Nan and couldn't help but secretly grin. This foundation establishment stage cultivator really didn't hold back, one slap taking away half of Zhang Nan's life. I won't make things difficult for you today, but this doesn't mean that the matter is over. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Nan and said indifferently, the reason I let you go today is to leave you for my disciple, to give him the chance to personally take revenge. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the little guy. How is it? The little guy looked at Zhang Nan, who was like a dead dog, and lightly snorted. He's like this right now. Even if I beat him, it wouldn't count as skill. After a few days, when I learn some skills from Master, I'll find him and take revenge myself. Lin Feng thought in his heart that beating a dog when it's down is the right thing to do, but he wasn't worried about the little guy at all. Instead, he was silently mourning for Zhang Nan in his heart. Nonsense! What good ending can an enemy, who is remembered by the one chosen by the heavens, have? Lin Feng once again raised his head and looked at the people of the Blaze Sword sect, calmly saying, did you all listen to my disciples' words? Keep a close eye on this person. One day I'll bring Tianhao to your Blaze Sword sect and completely settle this matter. The two leading foundation establishment stage cultivators couldn't help but nod their heads, looking at the expressions of the foundation establishment stage cultivators and the way they looked at Zhang Nan. Lin Feng snickered in his heart with those words of his just now. Even if the little guy forgets about this small fry in the future, Zhang Nan's days in the Blaze Sword sect in the future will definitely be worse than death. Lin Feng glanced at Elder Li from the corner of his eyes. Right now the old man is about to catch his breath, but with his injuries he can only be considered to have half a life left. Looking at Lin Feng sizing him up, Elder Li wanted to die from shame and anger, wishing that he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lin Feng did not continue to make things difficult for him, his chin lightly nodding. Take your elder and leave. Don't appear in front of me again. The group of Blaze Sword sect cultivators acted as if they were being pardoned, hurriedly picking up Elder Li and leaving like a wisp of smoke. Yan Mingyue, dressed in a green gown, her soul once again appeared in midair, looking at Lin Feng with a complicated gaze, for a moment actually somewhat speechless. She gave the ring with the Tao Tai sealed in it to Lin Feng to deal with. This was more than just a help and a test. Other than this, there was also a third meaning of probing, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. As long as Lin Feng touches the Heaven Cage sigil in the ring, and Yan Mingyue will sense the mana she left behind, she will be able to clearly figure out the depth of Lin Feng's strength, as well as the origin of the Taoist technique inheritance. At the start, Lin Feng only used a tiny bit of mana to probe the Heaven Cage sigil. Yan Mingyue also did not pay attention to it. But later on, Yan Mingyue actually suddenly lost her connection with the Heaven Cage sigil. She naturally did not know that Lin Feng used an ability analyzer, only feeling that Lin Feng discovered her scheme and thus cut off the connection between her and the Heaven Cage sigil. Next, the Blaze Sword sect's Elder Li took the stage and was easily defeated by Lin Feng. Of everyone present, only Yan Mingyue knows that Lin Feng made use of the Taoyu's power. But she does not dare to underestimate Lin Feng in the slightest because of this. Instead, she feels that it is precisely in order to not let her see through Lin Feng that he used the Tao Tai to face the enemy. In reality, it is also precisely so. In an intense battle, Yan Mingyue was unable to see through just what realm Lin Feng is at, and also did not see through the origin of Lin Feng's Taoist technique. From what Yan Mingyue sees, in that exchange just now, the two parties fighting were actually Lin Feng and her. She wanted to clearly figure out Lin Feng's strength, while Lin Feng did not want to let her get what she wanted. That red-haired elder of the Blaze Sword Sect was nothing more than a tool for their confrontation. The result was naturally a crushing defeat for her. Facing a golden elixir period cultivator, Lin Feng was able to not reveal any of his strength and instead used the remnant soul of the Tao Tai that she gave to take care of the opponent. This made Yan Mingyue feel a sense of defeat, like going for wool, but coming home shorn. Even those two sentences that Lin Feng said to Elder Li, Yan Mingyue even felt that Lin Feng was actually saying it to her. "Little guy, have you messed around enough? Since you've messed around enough, I'll return your things to you." These two sentences made Yan Mingyue's heart, that has always been as calm as an ancient well, give birth to a bit of anger and humiliation. She is not a normal Taishu Temple disciple. Even in Taishu Temple, that #1 holy land throughout the ages, she is also in existence like a daughter of the heavens. From when she was young until now, no one has been able to make her feel so distressed. Even that old enemy Long Yi, who fought her to a stalemate, also has never done it. At this moment, Yan Mingyue no longer underestimated Lin Feng in the slightest and instead treated him as an opponent that must be taken seriously. Lin Feng was a bit baffled by Yan Mingyue's gaze. If he knew what was going through Yan Mingyue's mind, he would only give one sentence of evaluation. One of the 100 ways an expert can die. You're thinking too much. Right now, all of Lin Feng's attention is placed on Xiao Yan, who is rushing over, muttering in his heart. The second one. Chapter 25. After Xiao Yan performed the ceremony of apprenticeship, hearing the system notification sound in his ear, Lin Feng's entire body felt a bit weak. Congratulations, host, for taking in the second personal disciple, Xiao Yan. Host has received a chance to draw the lottery, received a reward of 500 exchange points. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan in front of him, sighing in his heart. This time I really had to risk my life to get it done. In the disciple system, other than Xiao Badian, there is also Xiao Yan's information. Name: Xiao Yan. Age: 15 years and 1 month current cultivation. Qi disciple level 1 potential attribute. Root bone 8, comprehension 9, willpower 9, fortune 8. Note: has a special talent in alchemy and medicine refining. Recommended education plan. Recommended to train in Fire Dao techniques. In terms of divine ability, it is recommended to take the martial path as the main direction of development. Recommended to raise his alchemy level, has a lot of potential. Even though he is not like Xiao Badian, who has an attribute that is directly max out, but Xiao Yan is even better in terms of comprehension and willpower. All 4 attributes are very outstanding. And he also has an additional talent in alchemy. It's just that the system recommends Xiao Yan to train in Fire Dao techniques. Seeing this, Lin Feng secretly frowned. The system has undoubtedly given the most suitable education plan, but Lin Feng only has 19 Heaven's Thunder technique on hand. Where does he go to find a Fire Dao technique? And it must be a rather exquisite Fire Dao technique. Otherwise, how can Xiao Yan be convinced? Even if Xiao Yan doesn't say anything, this little girl in purple in front of him won't let it go. Xiao Zhen looked at Xiao Yan with a face full of reluctance, then turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Senior, are you bringing Xiao Yan Gij away from Wuzhou?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "I won't stay here for long. When your brother Xiao Yan is done with his family matters, we should leave." After a pause, Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan and continued, "There is a very difficult goal waiting for him to complete. For him, there is not enough time to cultivate step by step. He needs to go to a bigger world, experience more training, and come into contact with more opportunities. Only then will he be able to improve by leaps and bounds." Xiao Zhen naturally knew what Xiao Yan's goal was. Hearing this, she felt a little sad. "You can come with him." These words were on the tip of Lin Feng's tongue, but he swallowed them back down and didn't say them out loud. His performance of defeating Elder Li just now was extremely domineering. Even though this little girl was also shocked, her appearance was clearly shocked that there is this kind of expert here, and not there is actually this kind of expert in the world. His performance was unable to convince her. Plus, he guessed that she might have an extremely awesome background. The hope of making this little girl bow down together with Xiao Yan is very slim. Sure enough, Xiao Zhen reluctantly pulled Xiao Yan's hand. "I'm sorry, Xiao Yan. Gage Zhener can't accompany you. I'm sorry." If she could, she really wanted to keep following Xiao Yan Gage. But that way, not only would she not be able to help him, she would instead harm him. Even though it hasn't even been half a year and half of the 4 disciples are already in his hands, but that 1-year time limit is still pressing on Lin Feng's heart. The third one, just where are you? If there are no clues, time is very easy to waste in aimlessly searching. Seeing Xiao Zhen reluctantly leave, Xiao Yan smiled. "Don't worry about me, Zhen. I won't be leaving for a while. What's more, I have a feeling that we will meet again very soon." Yan Mingyue's gaze hovered between this pair of children. A gentle smile blossomed on her lips. "Little friend Xiao Yan, I said before that I would teach you a divine ability of Taishu Temple as compensation for taking care of me these 3 years. I was originally going to teach you the Heaven Cage Sigil, but I'm afraid there is no need for it now." Hearing this, Xiao Yan was startled. Xiao Zhen was also slightly moved. The Heaven Cage Sigil is the signature spell of Taishu Temple. Among the numerous divine abilities of Taishu Temple, it is considered a rather basic spell, but almost every disciple of Taishu Temple will train in it. The reason is none other than this spell has been continuously improved by countless predecessors. It is already close to perfection and is very useful. The Heaven Cage Sigil. When used by Qi disciple stage cultivators, it is a kind of power. When used by primordial spirit stage cultivators, it is another kind of earth-shattering power. Unlike many spells which have their own limits, when the cultivator's own cultivation level increases, they will gradually fall behind until they are eliminated. The Heaven Cage Sigil's potential is close to limitless. Even in fights between primordial spirit stage powerhouses, it is also a very useful spell. Hearing this, Lin Feng was first startled, then immediately reacted. The vigilance in his gaze towards Yan Mingyue became even thicker, but also even more concealed. Through Lin Feng's method of using the Taotai to repel the enemy, Yan Mingyue has clearly already guessed that the Heaven Cage Sigil she left in the ring was not only broken by Lin Feng, but also grasped by Lin Feng. The Heaven Cage Sigil is a secret spell of the Taishu Temple. It is not easily passed on to outsiders because once it falls into the eyes of someone who knows what it is, the user will often wear the name of the Taishu Temple, very easily being used by others to cause trouble. But right now, Yan Mingyue clearly has no intention of looking into it, facing a person of unknown origin like Lin Feng, yet unfathomable. As long as there is no core conflict, Yan Mingyue would rather be friends than enemies. She looked at Xiao Yan and said, "The spell I will pass on to you is called Red Lotus Break. It is a fire-type magical ability. The weakness is that it is not easy to practice. There is even a certain risk when practicing, but its power is absolutely satisfying." Yan Mingyue and Xiao Yan have been together day and night for 3 years. She can naturally see that Xiao Yan is most suited to practice fire-type Dao techniques. Similar to the Heaven Cage Sigil, Red Lotus Break can also be considered to have a reputation. It is a very famous fire-type spell of the Taishu Temple, famous for being able to explode with power higher than the cultivator's current level. Even though this spell has its own flaws, it is most suitable for fighting above one's level, using the small to defeat the large. For the current Xiao Yan, it is even more attractive than the Heaven Cage sigil. Xiao Yan happily nodded his head. Yan Mingyue glanced at Lin Feng and continued saying, "The ingredients for the soul-stabilizing pill, other than the main ingredient spirit-calming grass provided by fellow Taoist Lin, I still need a few supplementary ingredients. These supplementary ingredients are all very common. Wuzhou City has them. I'll have to trouble Xiao Yan to help me gather them." Xiao Yan straightforwardly agreed. Yan Mingyue immediately started to teach him the Red Lotus break ability, not avoiding Lin Feng and Xiao Zhen, who were at the side. Yan Mingyue didn't avoid it, but Xiao Zhen would not know the rules, very consciously greeting Xiao Yan. "Big brother Xiao Yan, I'm going back to the mansion first. With such a big commotion here, the people in the mansion will all be alarmed. I'll go back and stabilize them. You study in peace." Finishing speaking, he turned around and left. Lin Feng secretly curled his lips, also bringing the little guy away. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan takes the initiative to hand it over later or not, right now he has to put on the attitude of a disdainful expert. Spirit-calming grass, soul-stabilizing pill. It all belongs to that damn woman. I hate it. I hate it. If I eat it, I'll immediately recover at least 50% of my strength. Then I'll go and swallow a few golden elixir period cultivators and very quickly recover my former strength. I hate it. The roar of the Tao Tai came from within the ring, full of unwillingness. Taishu Temple. That damn woman is from Taishu Temple. You're also from Taishu Temple. Those who come from Taishu Temple are all not good people. You're hateful. That damn woman is even more hateful. I curse you people from Taishu Temple to not have a good ending. Just like the previous saintess of your temple. Her Tao heart was broken. Her cultivation was completely destroyed. She married someone else as a concubine, was bullied by a mortal woman, vomited blood, and died, gave birth to a son who was orphaned. The father looked on indifferently. The official mother suppressed him in every way. The Tao Tai was scolding to its heart's content when it suddenly discovered that Lin Feng had appeared in front of it, staring fixedly at it through the light. Prison of the Heaven Cage. Sigil. Lin Feng's gaze at this time was like a vicious wolf that had been starving for a lifetime and suddenly saw meat, causing even a foodie like the Tao Tai to tremble in fear. "If I didn't hear wrong, you're saying—" Lin Feng licked his lips, his eyes emitting a green light. "You're saying that the former saintess was killed by someone, leaving behind a son who was a bastard son of a wealthy family, but was suppressed by his father and official mother, living an extremely miserable life." The Tao Tai subconsciously nodded. Lin Feng wildly shouted in his heart. Happiness came too suddenly, catching people unprepared. No matter how I look at it, this guy is the template of a main character, the destined one. Could it be that the third one is about to come? Chapter 26. Within the space of the ring, Lin Feng's divine sense also condensed into an illusory figure, facing the remnant soul of the Tao Tai in the light prison. Lin Feng stared at the Tao Tai and asked, "If I didn't hear wrong just now, you're saying that the former saintess of Taishu Temple was killed by someone leaving behind a son, a bastard son of a rich family, but was suppressed by his father and first mother, living extremely miserably?" The Tao Tai subconsciously nodded, but immediately reacted, shouting in dissatisfaction. "Why should I tell you?" Lin Feng smiled brilliantly with a thought. The light prison formed by the heaven cage sigil instantly shrunk, firmly trapping the Tao Tai. The bars formed by the light pillars pressed down on the Taotia's body. Dense mist rose from the surface of the Taotia's body, causing the Tao Tai to repeatedly scream in pain. The heaven cage sigil was not only a method to trap the enemy, it also possessed destructive power. Especially against the soul, it was even sharper. "Why, it hurts! It hurts!" The Taoqia's facial features squeezed together in pain, the translucent soul distorted, turning into a small human figure, shrinking to avoid the pressure of the light prison. Seeing this, Lin Feng slightly stared blankly. The Taotai in front of him shockingly turned into a little girl who looked no more than 3 or 4 years old, with 2 goat horn braids, long and delicate like a jade peck, snow white and cute. This Taotia's human form was actually a little lowly. Just in terms of cuteness, it could challenge Xiao Badian, that super cute Shota. Only this lowly was really fierce. Even though her appearance was cute, her expression was very rude and overbearing. Seeing Lin Feng blankly staring at her, she angrily snorted. "What are you looking at? At my age, this is what I look like in human form. Don't be so surprised." The Taotai was not a vicious beast famous for changing its form. Its human form would generally not be faked. This Taotai was actually a female Taotai cub. Lin Feng came back to his senses, nodding. "No wonder your words and actions are so childish. So, you're still a wimpy brat." The little Taotai immediately exploded, stomping her feet and scolding. "Who are you calling a wimpy brat?" Lin Feng looked at her with a smile. "If you really think that you are an adult, then please be rational and mature. At the very least, figure out your current situation." He nodded at the little Taotai, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "For example, find out who exactly has the final say here." The little Taotai looked at the light prison that was right in front of her, that was still slowly shrinking and pressing towards her. The little guy barely managed to calm down. Only her mouth was still muttering. "If I didn't take a vicious hit from that old guy from the Blaze Sword sect before, how could this kind of heaven cage sigils set up by mana possibly trap me? I'd eat it clean in one mouthful." Lin Feng's face was brimming with a warm smile, like the spring sun. "Do you mean to remind me to take advantage of your weakest moment to completely kill you?" The little Taoqia's body trembled, and it hurriedly shook its head, squeezing out a smile on its face. "Of course not. Of course not." Lin Feng nodded his head. "But I feel that I should completely kill you right now." He cast a sidelong glance at the young Taotai, who looked like a little lowly, and counted with his fingers. "First of all, the lad whose magic power was completely devoured by you 3 years ago is now my disciple. You have tricked him so badly. As his master, shouldn't I help my disciple take revenge? Then that Yen Mingyue that you hate to the bone. Even though we can't be considered friends, at least our relationship is not bad. Finally, and also the most important point, if I keep you around, once you recover your strength, you will definitely be disadvantageous to me." The little Taoqia's expression became more and more ugly, its gaze already carrying clear fear. Lin Feng stared at her. "I have so many reasons to completely kill you. Tell me, why should I let you go?" The little Taotai swallowed its saliva, opening a pair of big black eyes and looking pitifully at Lin Feng. This senior, if there is anything that I can do, please feel free to tell me." Lin Feng smiled and lightly said, "That will depend on your performance." The little Taotai was helpless. It could only honestly answer Lin Feng's question. When Taishu Temple accepted disciples, they valued quality over quantity. The number of disciples was very few, and many of them would never leave the sect for their entire lives, only wholeheartedly cultivating in the sect and comprehending the great Tao. However, every time a disciple of Taishu Temple entered the world to cultivate, it would inevitably set off a huge wave. The most outstanding leader among the inner disciples would become the spokesperson of Taishu Temple in the world, walking around the world. This disciple was usually called a Tao walker by the outside world. If this person happened to be a female, she would often be called the Saintess of Taishu Temple. At first, this title was just a joke by busybodies, but because of Taishu Temple's transcendent status as the #1 holy land and the outstanding strength of the female Tao walkers, it gradually became a publicly recognized title. The previous generation's Saintess of Taishu Temple was called Meng Bingyun. She was extremely talented and was publicly recognized as the most outstanding disciple born in Taishu Temple in the past 1,000 years. The Tao technique that Meng Bingyun cultivated was called the Way of Supreme Wangqin. Together with the other Tao technique of Taishu Temple, the Way of Void Yin Yang, they were called the Tai and Su scriptures. They were the strongest Tao technique recorded in Taishu Temple's Great Tao Essentials. This Tao technique paid particular attention to first obtaining emotions, then forgetting them, using the human path to seek the heavenly Tao, cultivating to the highest level, turning emotionlessness into great love. Without a word, all living beings will listen. Without a body moving, heaven and earth will bow down. The most taboo was to be entangled, to be constantly hung up, to be tied down by emotions, to be trapped by emotions. But Meng Bingyun just had to meet a man who was entangled with her for her entire life, the Zhou dynasty's grand tutor, the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu. Because of Zhu Hongwu, Meng Bingyun experienced the tribulation of emotions. In the end, she was unable to resolve it, and her Tao heart shattered, causing her shocking cultivation to disappear into thin air. It could be said that this was the most tragic outcome of cultivating the Way of Supreme Wangqin. The Zhou dynasty was a country even more prosperous than the Qin dynasty. Successive generations of monarchs worked hard to govern. The country's power flourished day by day. When the throne was passed down to the current monarch, Liang Pan, the country's power rapidly expanded. Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu, the monarch and minister, both advocated suppressing sects with religious backgrounds to develop in the Zhou dynasty. 20 years ago, they even joined forces with the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance and several other major powers to do a world-shaking thing, changing the power structure of the entire heaven primal world in one fell swoop, destroying Buddhism. The Zhou dynasty joined forces with many other powers to encircle and annihilate one of the world's 3 great holy lands, the Great Thunder Temple. That battle was tragic to the extreme. Countless experts died in battle, and who knows how many primordial spirit-level great cultivators perished. But in the end, Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu succeeded. From then on, the Great Thunder Temple's name was removed from the world. Of the world's 3 great holy lands, only Taishu Temple and Mount Shu Sword Sect remained. Taishu Temple is a Taoist holy land, similarly opposing the Zhou dynasty. Because of her union with Zhu Hongwu, Meng Bingyun was even expelled from the Taishu Temple, and even almost had her sect cleaned out. If the story ended here, Meng Bingyun and Zhu Hongwu from then on relying on each other, it could barely be counted as a story that only envies mandarin ducks and not immortals. But for Meng Bingyun, marrying into the house of the Marquis of Xuanji, the nightmare has only just begun. Because of the Tao she cultivates, when Meng Bingyun entered the world to train, she went deep into the secular world and became a courtesan who only sold her skills and not her body. Marrying into the house of the Marquis of Xuanji that places great importance on etiquette, no matter how glorious she was before marriage, she could only be a concubine. No Tao cultivation, no family status. The former holy maiden of the Taishu Temple was actually bullied to death by the wife of the house of the Marquis, who is only a normal person. When Lin Feng heard up to here, he also sighed endlessly, just like how a noble family is as deep as the ocean for a powerful person like Zhu Hongwu. Even if he falls in love in front of power, and power, it's also completely not worth mentioning. After sighing for a while, Lin Feng remembered his main goal. Then what about Meng Bingyun's son? The little Taotai shook her head. I only heard that Meng Bingyun and Zhu Hongwu had a son. His name seems to be called Zhu Yi. What a strange name. Same as Meng Bingyun, his situation is not very good. After Meng Bingyun died, it's probably even worse. but I'm not clear about the specific situation, and I don't know if he's dead or alive right now." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Looks like I have to hurry to the Great Zhou as soon as possible." Reinforcing the heaven cage sigil a bit more, Lin Feng's consciousness retreated from the ring. Even though he was itching to immediately head to the Great Zhou to find Zhu Yi, there are still problems in front of him that need to be resolved. For example, the fire essence that invaded Lin Feng's body before, and was bitterly suppressed by him using his own mana. This time the lottery must be awesome. Lin Feng secretly prayed, his consciousness entering the lottery system. Chapter 27. The third time he tried the lottery. Lin Feng's first goal was a fire-type Dao technique. His second goal was a treasure that could resolve the remaining fire energy in his body. The fire energy that was devoured by the Tao Tai and then fed back out, a portion of it remained in Lin Feng's body, making his entire body feel hot and his insides feel like they were on fire. Even though he could resolve it by relying on his own mana, he would undoubtedly suffer for a while. Training in fire-type Dao techniques. Not only can he resolve this fire energy, he can instead use this energy to raise his own cultivation level. Using the usual method, Lin Feng first looked at the items listed in the roulette system and the dice system. The dice system has a medicine called Crimson Pearl Sky Frost Pill. It can effectively heal injuries caused by fire-type mana. And the roulette system gave 2 fire-type Dao techniques at once, one Scorching Sun Battle Chi, the other the Remnant Art of Akala. Lin Feng pondered for a bit, first not mentioning whether or not he would definitely get the Crimson Pearl Sky Frost Pill. Even if he did, it would only solve his own injuries. It wouldn't solve the problem of him urgently needing a fire-type Dao technique to pass on to Xiao Yin. Let's go with the roulette system. Lin Feng made his decision. With 2 goals to fight for, the chances of success are also much higher. In the 2 Dao techniques, the Scorching Sun Battle Chi is relatively low-end. It can cultivate the Scorching Sun Flame. The Scorching Sun Flame can only be considered average, but it is the foundation of one of the 7 great flames, the true Sun Flame. If a cultivator that cultivates the Scorching Sun Flame can obtain the secret of the rising sun, they can cultivate the true Sun Flame. If a cultivator that cultivates the true Sun Flame can learn the true Sun Flame method, they can cultivate the true Sun Flame of the 7 great flames. Even though it is very troublesome, but at least there is room for improvement. And the other Dao technique, the Art of Akala, is different. It can cultivate the fury of the unmoving Akala. Its power is second only to the 7 great flames. It is even above the true Sun Flame. Compared to the Scorching Sun Flame, it is who knows how many levels higher. The current system level originally can't get the Art of Akala, but because it is a remnant, only the first half, it randomly appeared. But when faced with these 2 Dao techniques, Lin Feng fell into a dilemma, because according to the explanation, this Art of Akala is the secret technique of the Buddhist Holy Land Great Thunder Temple. Even in a holy land like the Great Thunder Temple, it was one of the top techniques. After the Great Thunder Temple was destroyed, it was almost lost. Previously, it was too famous. Now, if he were to use it after cultivating it, he would be recognized at a glance. He was going to bring Xiao Yan and Xiao Badian to the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Tianjin City. It was the Great Zhou Dynasty that took the lead to encircle and annihilate the Great Thunder Temple. If he and his group were to be exposed, would they be seen as remnants of the Buddhist sect and hunted down? This was no joke. To this day, the Great Zhou Dynasty still banned Buddhist activities within its borders and cruelly hunted down the monks who fled after the Great Thunder Temple was destroyed. It's still that sentence. For a true son of heaven like Xiao Yan, once he leaves the novice village of Wuzhou City, there will immediately be countless enemies crying and shouting, throwing themselves at him. He can't even hide. If he obtained the Art of Akala and passed it on to Xiao Yan once he fought within the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty and revealed himself Lin Feng, and the others would immediately find it hard to take a single step. After thinking over and over again, Lin Feng still felt that he should target the Ardent Sun Battle Chi. Even though the current level is a bit low, it wins in that there are no future troubles. For the time being, he felt a bit sorry for Xiao Yan. He could only wait for the future to make up for it and think of a way to get the art of the rising sun and the true sunfire technique. It wouldn't hold him back. The reason why he said to target the Ardent Sun Battle Chi is because Lin Feng had a guess about the roulette system. The rotation of the roulette follows Lin Feng's thoughts. He wants it to rotate, and it starts to rotate. This is different from a real, physical roulette. For a real roulette, the amount of strength used by a person to rotate, it will directly affect the rotation of the roulette. Does this virtual roulette system have a fixed pattern when it rotates? Lin Feng stared at the roulette. Based on his experience of drawing the spirit-calming grass last time, the roulette rotated around 3.5 times. If the pattern is fixed, then the Ardent Sun Battle Chi should be in the number 9 square. Then this time he should start from the number 18 or 1 square. Lin Feng chose 18 and thought in his heart, "You have to get it." Even though the mysterious chest is good, he doesn't want it now. Who knows if the thing he needs the most will appear? When Lin Feng confirmed in his heart that he had started, the roulette quickly began to rotate. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Lin Feng stared closely and thought in his heart, half a circle, half a circle, half a circle. Damn, stop. What made Lin Feng disappointed is that after the roulette rotated half a circle, it didn't stop at the number 9 square of the Ardent Sun Battle Chi. Instead, it continued to move back 4 squares before swaying and stopping. The 13th square, the art of Akala. Lin Feng didn't need to look to know what it was. He had already observed it all before it was turned. Right now his face was full of a bitter smile. "System, you're purposefully messing with me, aren't you?" Lottery over. Following the mechanical sound of the system notification, Lin Feng smiled bitterly and exited from the lottery system. Lines of scripture clearly appeared in his mind. It is precisely the contents of the first half of the art of Akala. Is the art of Akala good? Just from the perspective of the level of the Tao technique, of course it's good. If it's the complete version, it's practically on the same level as the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. Lin Feng shook his head. Never mind. In any case, it's a pretty good Tao technique. It's just that I don't know how to get the second half. He made up his mind. After leaving Wuzhou City, he must keep a close eye on Xiao Yan. If something really happens, then he might as well be ruthless and not let the news leak. Lin Feng doesn't want to be wanted and hunted as soon as he enters Great Zhou. Lin Feng started to circulate his mana according to the essence of the art of Akala, trying to guide the fire element energy in his body. Just moving, Lin Feng suddenly felt something was wrong. The pure lightning mana he obtained from the 9 Heavens Thunder technique was actually rapidly transforming in his acupuncture points, turning into raging flames. The 7 acupuncture points that have already been opened are all filled with pure, blazing fire element mana. Lin Feng's gaze flashed. This feeling is practically like I was cultivating the art of Akala from the beginning and advanced to Qi, disciple level 7. While thinking, Lin Feng activated the art of Akala, using the blazing fire element mana in his acupuncture points to guide the fire element energy that invaded his body before. This fire element energy has always been suppressed by Lin Feng's lightning element mana. Even though it's unable to overturn the heavens, it has always been a tit for tat, stubbornly resisting to the end without any intention of yielding. But now that it has come into contact with the fire element mana cultivated from the art of Akala, it is instantly like a wanderer far away from his hometown seeing his family cheering and jumping as it merged into it. In an instant, the fire element mana in Lin Feng's body exploded even more, actually madly rushing towards the 8th acupuncture point that Lin Feng hasn't opened yet. Boom. Amidst the explosion, it was like a bomb. The violent fire element mana directly charged through the 8th acupuncture point, circling and flying within. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He actually managed to charge to Qi Disciple Level 8 by accident like this. What made him even more pleasantly surprised is that with a thought, the fire element mana that had originally turned into a prairie fire instantly gave off a zzz electric sound, once again transforming into lightning element mana. The lightning element mana in the 8th acupuncture point also didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort, as if Lin Feng originally used the lightning element mana to charge through the 8th acupuncture point, advancing from Qi Disciple Level 7 to Qi Disciple Level 8. Lin Feng was extremely excited. Just like how other people can't see through my cultivation level, this can also count as a kind of hidden benefit of the system, right? I can freely change the foundation of my own Dao technique. No matter what Dao technique I learn, the level of my mana can immediately rise to the level I already have. In the cultivation world, there is no lack of cultivators who train multiple Dao techniques at once, but those are often great cultivators with very high levels. In order to break through bottlenecks, they train in other Dao techniques, hoping to be able to comprehend by analogy and gain the effect of using other mountain stones to attack jade. And for cultivators with lower levels, they don't even have enough time to train in one Dao technique. If they train in multiple Dao techniques at once, the final result is that they won't be able to comprehend the true mysteries within any one of them. What's more, different Dao techniques train in different Dao techniques. Many of them are incompatible, even restraining each other. Not only will there be no benefits after training, it will instead affect one's own cultivation. Even primordial spirit level powerhouses all have their own fundamental Dao technique. It is the foundation of all cultivation. Even if they train in other Dao techniques, they only have a supplementary effect. But right now, no matter how many Dao techniques Lin Feng trains in, he can freely switch between them. This has many benefits for his cultivation. First, not talking about hiding his strength, hiding his identity, making the opponent unable to figure out his background, just in terms of cultivation speed. Lin Feng has a huge advantage. For example, today, relying on the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, Lin Feng originally wouldn't have been able to advance to Qi Disciple Level 8 so quickly, but because of special reasons this time his body has accumulated a lot of fire element energy. So relying on the fire Dao technique art of Akala, he digested this external spiritual energy and charged to Qi Disciple Level 8 in one go. Feeling the abundant mana around his body, Lin Feng was extremely happy. Even the feeling of confusion from drawing the art of Akala has faded a lot. He returned to where Xiao Yan and Yan Mingyue are. Yan Mingyue has already finished teaching the Red Lotus Burst. Xiao Yan is currently lowering his head to comprehend it by himself. Yan Mingyue saw Lin Feng walk over. A light flashed in her eyes. Fellow Taoist Lin seems to have good news. Chapter 28. In the wind, Yan Mingyue's blue robe fluttered. She was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. She laughed softly. Friend Lin seems to have some good news? Lin Feng smiled, faintly. He glanced at Xiao Yan and said nonchalantly, having such a good disciple is naturally a good thing. Yan Mingyue smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Xiao Yan, who was originally immersed in learning the Red Lotus Break, also came back to his senses. He looked at Lin Feng with a gaze full of passion. Lin Feng nodded, and his smile slowly disappeared. He said seriously, although in these 3 years your cultivation hasn't improved at all, you haven't given up. Instead, you've been persisting in cultivating. This is very good, very rare. To be able to be the chosen one, there must be something special about him. Xiao Yan's will reaching 9 was not just for show. The so-called will was the will of one's heart. There were trillions of living beings in the heaven primal world. There were actually many geniuses with outstanding aptitude and comprehension, but only a small number of them could truly accomplish something. What would determine what realm they could reach in the future, and how much they could display their outstanding talent would depend on their individual willpower. Those with a strong will naturally go further than those with the same talent. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yin and said slowly, "It's because you've been persisting that your foundation is more solid than others. You've accumulated enough, and in the future, there will be fewer bottlenecks. It may seem like you've wasted 3 years, but in the future, you'll find that you can easily make up for these 3 years." Xiao Yin was a little surprised. He really didn't know what benefits these 3 nightmarish years could bring him. "Then when will you teach me Tao techniques?" Xiao Yin, who was rolling his eyes, focused on the most important thing. Yen Mingyue suddenly interrupted. "Friend Lin, I see that your little disciple seems to be cultivating lightning Tao techniques." When Xiao Yin heard this, he was stunned. Previously, when he was learning the Red Lotus Break, Yen Mingyue had told him that he was more suitable to cultivate in fire elemental Tao techniques. If his master only knew lightning elemental Tao techniques, no matter how profound and powerful her Tao techniques were, it would be a pity for him. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "This little fellow is suitable to cultivate the Tao art of lightning, so I taught him the Tao art of lightning. As a teacher, I have to teach in accordance with his aptitude." The meaning behind his words was that he knew more than one Tao art, so he naturally had a suitable fire Tao art to pass down to Xiao Yin. Hearing this, Xiao Yin immediately felt relieved. Yen Mingyue smiled and nodded, not saying anything else. She re-evaluated Lin Feng's strength in her heart. Most itinerant cultivators only stepped onto the path of cultivation after obtaining the legacy of an ancient great cultivator by chance. Being able to obtain a Taoist art was already a great stroke of luck. If Lin Feng had mastered different Taoist arts, and they were all comparatively profound Taoist arts, then Lin Feng's strength couldn't be measured by the standard of an ordinary itinerant cultivator at all. Yen Mingyue even suspected that Lin Feng was a cultivator that had lived in seclusion for many years from some great power and had suddenly come into the world. At this moment, Xiao Yin stole a glance at Tiny, and he thought of something, instantly frowning. Lin Feng looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking in his heart, and he couldn't help but snigger in his heart. On his face, he said to Tiny, "From today onwards, you're the eldest disciple under Master, and you'll temporarily take the position of the sect Master's disciple. In the future, when Master accepts new disciples as the eldest senior brother, you have to set an example for them." Xiao Yin was stunned, and his eyes glanced towards Tiny, who was looking at him with a grin. Lin Feng ignored Xiao Yan's small movements and patted Tiny's head, saying without saying anything, "This is your little junior brother, Shi Tianhao. As the eldest senior brother, take care of him in the future." Xiao Yin hurriedly nodded. His little head was like a chick pecking rice. He was overjoyed in his heart. Just now, he thought that he had to call this little fellow senior brother, and he felt awkward. He didn't expect that he was actually the sect Master's disciple. In the future, when Lin Feng accepts more disciples, they would have to call him eldest senior brother. Xiao Yin was elated in his heart. Tiny walked forward, raised his young and tender little face, and saluted in a serious manner. "Shi Tianhao greets eldest senior brother." He was obviously a little fellow, but he had to pretend to be old and experienced. No matter how one looked at him, he was cute. Xiao Yin was also amused by him. "Don't worry. If you have any problems in the future, look for me. Your senior brother will take care of you." At this point, Xiao Yin suddenly remembered that this seemingly cute little fellow in front of him was a solid Qi disciple level 4 cultivator. a Qi disciple level 4 cultivator who wasn't even 4 years old. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's forehead suddenly became covered in sweat. It seemed that his current cultivation level was only at Qi disciple level 1, and he was far inferior to this little junior brother. It was uncertain who would take care of who between the two of them. Xiao Yan raised his eyes to look at Lin Feng, but he saw that Lin Feng was also staring at him. His gaze was both encouraging and testing. "I will definitely double my efforts in cultivation. Please don't worry, master." Xiao Yan's heart suddenly trembled, and his entire person became calm as he said, "Seriously, what a joke, as the eldest senior brother. If his cultivation level wasn't as high as the youngest junior brother, how could that be?" Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. "I told you to take care of your junior brother, and it wasn't just for show. Ordinary people know that as an elder brother, you have to protect your younger sisters-in-law. In the future, when your junior brothers and sisters are in trouble, as the eldest senior brother, you have to stand up for them. If you were beaten by someone's junior, then beat them back yourself. Don't be like a child who hasn't grown up, crying to your master that I don't have such a useless disciple. If you beat up the little one and provoke the old one, don't be afraid. At that time, your master will stand up for you." Xiao Yan's blood was boiling. "Don't worry, master. Even if the old one is provoked, you don't have to do anything. I will concentrate on cultivation, and then go back to find him. At that time, the old and the little one will fight together." At the side, Tiny Tot also shouted, "Yes, master, I will also help the eldest senior brother." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, poking his little head. You just want to see the world in chaos." He turned his head towards Xiao Yan and said, "Go back and prepare. Arrange the matters at home. We will leave Wuzhou in 3 days. In these 3 days, you can also come to this lakeside at any time. At that time, your master will teach you Taoist techniques." Lin Feng glanced at Yan Mingyue. "Also gather the other medicinal ingredients that this fellow cultivator, Yan, needs to refine the fixed soul pill." Xiao Yan nodded his head in agreement. Yan Mingyue at the side smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble. Xiao Yan, I will also wait by this lakeside for these 3 days." Xiao Yan has already become Lin Feng's disciple, so she naturally can't follow Xiao Yan and act together. After Xiao Yan left, Lin Feng and Yan Mingyue stood facing each other, silent for a moment. Tiny Tot also didn't say anything, quietly staying by Lin Feng's side. Even though he is playful, he is far more precocious than children of the same age. He can feel that the atmosphere between his master and that beautiful big sister is strange. After a long silence, Lin Feng spoke first. "I wonder what fellow Yan plans to do in the future?" He has already found out from the little Tao Tai that this green-clothed beauty in front of him is not an ordinary disciple of Taishu Temple, but the new Taoist walker after Meng Bingyun, also the new generation, holy maiden of Taishu Temple that the outside world is used to calling. 10 years ago, after Shi and Long Yi were both injured, Yan Mingyue had no choice but to stay in the ring to recuperate. For the outside world, Yan Mingyue is in a missing state where her life or death is unknown. Without a doubt, the unknown whereabouts of the Holy Maiden of Taishu Temple is an earthquake to the entire heaven primal world. The previous 2 Taoist walkers did not meet a good end. For Taishu Temple, their reputation also took a considerable hit. As compensation in response, it can be assumed that Taishu Temple will very quickly push out a new Taoist walker. Taishu Temple will also focus on nurturing this new person and will even bestow him or her with some power and resources that the predecessors never had. At this time, Yan Mingyue, this past popular holy maiden, is in an awkward situation. When she returns to the sect, what awaits her may not be just congratulations. With Yan Mingyue's intelligence, How could she not think of all these things? But she still maintained a calm and collected appearance, smiling indifferently. May I ask fellow Lin to give me some pointers? Where did I meet Long Yi before? After I stabilize my soul, I'll go find her first. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. You two have such great hatred. Did she steal your man? Yan Mingyue faintly smiled, saying honestly, she has something in her hands. No matter if it's for the sect or myself, we have to find a way to get it back. Chapter 29. She has something in her hands. No matter if it's the sect or me personally, we have to try to get it back. Yan Mingyue's tone was calm, but Lin Feng knows that the thing in Long Ye's hands is definitely not ordinary. He now also knows why Yan Mingyue isn't worried about her situation after returning to the sect, and understands why Yan Mingyue is in a hurry to find Long Yi. If she can successfully take back the thing from Long Yi when she returns to the sect in the future, no one will dare to slight her. Understanding this, Lin Feng answered crisply, I'm also not sure where that Long Yi is right now. I only encountered this demon a month ago in the continuous mountain range northeast of Wuzhou. Lin Feng said in his heart, let this pair of old enemies continue fighting. With Yan Mingyue making a move, no matter how good that female demon's memory is, she won't remember to find trouble with him, right? He rubbed the little guy's head and said, that was a small village deep within the mountains. This demon's body was attached to an old peach tree, and it suddenly awakened, endangering the lives of the villagers. I just happened to pass by, broke her evil technique, and also saved this little fellow. Lin Feng asked Yan Mingyue, what is this Long Ye's background? I think she's not an ordinary tree demon. Yan Mingyue lightly sighed. Fellow Taoist is correct. That peach tree is only a place that Long Yi found to rest after being heavily injured. Her original body was killed by me 10 years ago, but it's a spiritual plan of heaven and earth, the jade tree of Longhuan. Lin Feng's heart thumped. All living things have spirits. Plants can also cultivate to become spirits, but the difficulty is far more difficult than normal beast-type demons. It's just that once a plant demon cultivates to a certain level, whether it's their lifespan or mana, they'll both be extremely powerful. The cultivation potential of a plant demon is directly linked to its species. Among them, the top are the 4 great spiritual plants of heaven and earth. They are respectively the Wutong Divine Tree, Shiluo Iron Tree, Ginseng Fruit Tree, as well as the Jade Tree of Longhuan. Lin Feng didn't think that Long Yi, who had been thinking about him, was actually a Longhuan jade tree spirit. This kind of innate talent, if placed in the human race, it would absolutely be at Xiao Budian's level. No wonder it could become Yan Mingyue's mortal enemy. Being targeted by such a great demon, Lin Feng felt great pressure, but he didn't show it on his face. He nodded and said, it's no wonder that she could still cause trouble and do evil even after losing her body and only having her divine soul left. I didn't know her background at that time. Otherwise, I would have gotten rid of her. Yan Mingyue nodded. Long Yi is the direct disciple of the demon race's great sage, Tianmei. She cultivates the demon race's supreme Tao technique, the heavenly demon scripture. I've fought with her many times before, but we were all evenly matched. If we were to fight to the death, it would be the result of mutual destruction. Speaking up to here, Yan Mingyue faintly smiled. I still have to thank fellow Lin. Long Yi was heavily injured by fellow Lin, and her 10 years of recovery was practically wasted, but I received the help of the spirit calming grass, and have hopes of recovering a step further. Under these circumstances, I have a bit more chance of winning if I go find her. Lin Feng replied indifferently, an unintentional action, I don't dare to take credit for it. But in his heart he thought, that's right, hurry up and take care of her. In the next 3 days, Lin Feng silently stayed by the lake with Xiao Budian and Yan Mingyue. Even though the commotion of the great battle with the Blaze Sword sect before was very big, but it looks like Xiao Zhen has already used some unknown method to convince the Xiao family. Not only did the Xiao family maintain silence from top to bottom, the old clan leader even personally went to the city leader's mansion and sat for a full half a day. After the old clan leader went to visit, the city leader came forward and controlled the entire Wuzhou situation. All of the restless powers all ceased their banners and ceased their drums. Peace once again returned to Wuzhou. No one came to the lakeside to spy. The area around the small lake to the north of the city became a restricted area during this period of time. Xiao Zhen did not expose Xiao Yan. The black-clothed youth was still the same as usual these few days. No one realized that the change in the small lake had something to do with him, and even more, no one would have thought that this youth's fate had already undergone an earth-shattering change. These 3 days, Xiao Yan was so busy that his feet didn't even touch the ground, searching for medicinal ingredients, packing up his luggage, and also having to go to the lakeside to learn Dao techniques from Lin Feng. He already can't wait to become stronger. Lin Feng also did not avoid Yan Mingyue, directly passing on the art of Akala to Xiao Yan. As soon as he started using the art of Akala, Xiao Yan realized that this Dao technique was out of the ordinary, far surpassing the Xiao family's Dao technique that he practiced. His mind was greatly roused, and he threw himself into training with all his heart and soul. Yan Mingyue's gaze towards Lin Feng was even more probing. With her knowledge, she could see the origins of the art of Akala at a glance, but in her heart she felt more and more unable to see through Lin Feng. He's clearly dressed as a Taoist. Why does he have the secret Dao technique of the Great Thunder Monastery? Is it that he himself was a monk that escaped from the Great Thunder Monastery back then? Now he's dressed as a Taoist to deceive people? Or did he accidentally obtain the Dao technique that was passed down after the destruction of the Great Thunder Monastery? Lin Feng turned a blind eye to Yan Mingyue's probing gaze. Right now he was looking at his 2 disciples eating pills like they were eating candy, his heart aching. You 2 prodigal things, slow down, slow down. If you keep eating like this, master will very quickly go bankrupt. Both for the sake of his 2 disciples raising their level as fast as possible, and also for the sake of himself raising his strength as fast as possible, Lin Feng completely exchanged the 500 exchange points rewarded by the system after taking Xiao Yan as his disciple into all kinds of pills that can help with cultivation. In the end, the 2 little brats really weren't polite, opening their cheeks and wildly eating to the point that Lin Feng's heart ached. But eating like this naturally has results. The foundation that Xiao Yan bitterly laid down for 3 years. At this moment, the accumulated strength exploded, showing its power. The art of Akala combined with a sea of pills without Yan Mingyue and the Taotai restraining him. On the first day of cultivation, Xiao Yan actually directly broke through his acupuncture point, advancing to the 2nd level of Qi disciple. In 3 days' time, Xiao Yan already charged to the peak of the 2nd level of Qi disciple. As long as he breaks through the barrier of the 3rd acupuncture point, he'll be at the 3rd level of Qi disciple. After the annulment of the marriage, this brat's tyrannical aura was like the yellow river bursting its banks, surging and roaring, unable to be stopped. This kind of cultivation speed made Lin Feng speechless as he gazed at the sky. Instructor, I also want to annul the marriage. It wasn't just him. Yan Mingyue and the little guy were also shocked by Xiao Yan's instantaneous improvement speed. Not sure if it was because she felt Xiao Yan's surging tyrannical aura, Yan Mingyue lightly sighed. Fellow Taoist Lin has good eyesight. Mingyue is even a bit regretful. Lin Feng let out a long laugh. Fellow Taoist, Yan flatters me. He looked at Xiao Yan and said, Go say goodbye to your little friend. We're about to leave. Xiao Yan nodded his head, walking in front of Xiao Zhen, who was at the side. The little girl's gaze filled with strong reluctance and longing. Xiao Zhen Didn't say a word, reaching out a white and tender little hand, as usual, seriously helping Xiao straighten out his slightly wrinkled clothes. Looking at Zhen, who was helping him straighten out his clothes like a little wife, Xiao was a bit startled. His breathing gradually quickened, and a touch of passion appeared in his eyes. Xiao was originally wrapped in sorrow of separation. She raised her head and noticed Xiao gaze, and her face couldn't help but blush. What are you looking at? Xiao woke up and looked at the gentle and elegant person in front of him. The young man's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. I will definitely come back to see you. Xiao's eyes were covered with a faint layer of mist. She smiled and said, I will wait for Brother Xiao to come back and take back the glory that belongs to you. Lin Feng secretly sighed at the side, riding on a bamboo horse, playing with green plums around the bed. Childhood sweethearts, the purest kind of feeling. Such pure and beautiful feeling, anyone would feel happy seeing it. He glanced at Mingyue next to him. Fellow Taoist, let's say goodbye here. I wish you a smooth journey. Mingyue has already taken the soul-stabilizing pill at this time. Her entire person is standing on the ground. Her aura is condensed, looking no different from a real person. A complicated light flashed past those eyes that were like moonlight. Mingyue smiled peacefully. Fellow Taoist, Lin, also take care. Lin Feng nodded his head, bringing Xiao and Xiao Badian on their way, facing the warm morning sun, and walking out of Wuzhou City. Looking at the two disciples behind him, Lin Feng was also a bit high-spirited. Zhu Yi, wait for Master. Master is coming. Tens of millions of miles away from Wuzhou, a group of red-clothed people gathered together, their faces full of bad luck. Bam. A red-clothed youth was sent flying with a slap. No one felt sympathy for him. Instead, they all looked at him, being hit with a face full of hatred. Zhang Nen had a bitter face and didn't dare to speak because the person who hit him was the golden elixir period cultivator, Elder Li. At this time, the red-haired old man finally let out a sigh of relief, but the injuries on his body were extremely heavy. Just moving a bit like this, he was already panting heavily. He stared at Zhang Nan and said angrily, the reason I hit you is not because you recommended that talented little bastard, but because you didn't figure out the other party's background. Do you understand? A foundation establishment stage cultivator at the side hesitated for a moment before asking, Martial Uncle, do we still? A trace of fear floated into Elder Li's eyes, but it was very quickly covered up by anger. Of course we can't just let it go like this. Otherwise, how will our Blaze Sword sect have a foothold? This enmity must be avenged. Oh, what enmity does your sect have to avenge? Why don't you tell me? The Nine Heavens Sword Alliance is of the same breath and branch. I don't mind helping out a little. A faint laugh rang out in the air. The expressions of all the Blaze Sword sect cultivators changed greatly. The other party was already very close, and they actually didn't sense it at all. Elderly suddenly turned his head. What appeared in his line of sight was a youth dressed in clothes as white as snow, wearing a green bamboo hat on his head, currently smiling leisurely and contentedly. But that undisguised mana fluctuation all over his body told everyone present that this is a golden elixir period cultivator. The youth's expression was natural, not mentioning that Elder Li is currently heavily injured. Even if the old man was at his peak condition, he would still not care, because his sword is even stronger. The most eye-catching part of him is the long sword at his waist. On the sword scabbard is carved a simple and heavy engraving of mountains and rivers. That is the symbol of the holy land of the Way of the Sword, the Mount Shu Sword Sect. Chapter 30. The territory of the heaven primal world is vast, and the land is vast. Lin Feng exhausted all methods and still spent over 3 months of time experiencing a long and arduous journey before finally arriving at the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, Tianjing. At this moment, Lin Feng deeply felt that his cultivation level is really too low. All of his precious time was wasted on the road. In this world, for cultivators with high cultivation, traveling 1,000 miles in a breath is completely a piece of cake. Of course, when facing his two disciples, he would definitely have another explanation, glorifying it by saying that it is to let the two of them have more experience. Lin Feng did not waste these 3 months either. Other than rushing on the road, he was also seriously training. After exchanging blows with the Blaze sword sect's elderly, Lin Feng had a deep sense of danger. For the current him, a golden elixir period cultivator is a completely Leviathan-like existence. Even a plucked leg hair is thicker than his waist. Last time he used the Tao Tai to successfully repel Elder Li, and then successfully act cool. But that was completely a trick. Only when the time, place, and people were all on his side could he succeed. But after that attack from Elder Li, the Taotia's vitality was greatly injured. Using the little lowly's own words, it is even more serious than my injuries 3 years ago. Now, wanting to use the little Tao Tai to block the attack of a golden elixir period cultivator is completely a dream. Without the little Tao Tai, don't mention a golden elixir period cultivator, even a foundation establishment stage cultivator is enough to give Lin Feng a hard time. If a sneak attack fails, then he has no chance of winning in a head-on fight. So right now, besides traveling, Lin Feng uses all of his other time to train. In order to quickly raise his cultivation level, he endured the pain and absorbed a portion of the lightning energy in the Heaven Thunder Moon Jade. Right now, there isn't much energy left in the Heaven Thunder Moon Jade. If it is used to support the Northern Aurora Sword to release the Northern Aurora Divine Light, it is only enough for 2 uses. However, hard work always pays off. On the way, Lin Feng advanced to Qi Disciple Level 9. When the 3 of them finally arrived at Tianjing City, the capital of the Zhou dynasty, Lin Feng advanced a step further. He opened the 10th acupoint of the 12 floors and successfully advanced to Qi Disciple Level 10. As for his own cultivation speed, Lin Feng was actually quite satisfied. Although the novice gift pack allowed him to directly jump to the 4th level of Qi Disciple, reaching the 10th level of Qi Disciple in a mere half a year was still shocking in the entire Great Heaven primal world. However, facing his 2 monstrous disciples, Lin Feng was still under a lot of pressure. There was no need to mention the little guy. From the 4th level of Qi Disciple to the 7th level, the little guy was still a month away from turning 4 years old. Reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement at the age of 4 was enough to make countless cultivators throughout the ages feel ashamed to death. And Xiao Yan was really going to soar into the sky in one go. Before he had once cultivated to the great circle of Qi Disciple Level 12, now that he is training from the beginning, he has a somewhat familiar feeling. Just like what Lin Feng said, if the foundation is solid enough, then there will be fewer bottlenecks when you start. Checkpoints that other people fear, like tigers. Xiao Yan is walking on flat ground. When they arrived at Tianjing City, Xiao Yan had already reached the 6th level of Qi Disciple level. His terrifying cultivation speed was not inferior to the little guy in the slightest. The current Xiao Yan was in high spirits and full of vigor, no longer had the gloomy and cold aura from before. The only thing that made the black-clothed youth vexed was that the task of being a nanny for the little guy fell onto his head. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was happy to be idle. Entering Tianjing City, Lin Feng didn't have the time to appreciate the bustling scene within, heading straight for his destination, the House of the Marquis of Xuanji. The House of the Marquis of Xuanji is situated in the southeast of Tianjing City. It takes up an area of 100 acres and has an open terrain. At the main entrance is a pair of red lacquered stone chelins that are as tall as 3 people. The vermilion red main door has an imposing manner, At the entrance of the house of the Marquis stood a row of energetic and vigorous servants, completely unlike the servants of other families who only think about slacking off while standing guard. These servants also don't communicate with each other, all of their gazes sharply staring at the passers-by at the entrance of the house of the Marquis. What made Lin Feng frown even more is that these servants are actually all cultivators who have already reached a higher level. The lowest level of cultivation is at the 6th level of Qi disciple level. Cultivators are actually guarding the door for people here, and they don't have the slightest bit of shame. Instead, their work attitude is extremely serious, clearly feeling that this is a job that does not disgrace them at all. The might and status of the Zhou dynasty's Grand Preceptor, the Marquis of Xuanji Zhu Hanwu, is displayed to the fullest in these details. In the rumors, Zhu Hanwu himself is a great cultivator with an extremely high level running amok under the heavens. Back then, when they surrounded and suppressed the Great Thunder Temple, he even took the lead and was the main force in destroying Buddhism. Seeing you today, looks like the rumors aren't false. Lin Feng's brows tightly furrowed. This way, it will be even more difficult for him to take Zhu Yi in as a disciple. He doesn't even know Zhu Yi's exact location. The house of the Marquis is not easy to enter. You can't even see the person. How can you talk about taking him in as a disciple? First settling Xiao Yan and Xiao Budian down. Then Lin Feng wandered around the vicinity of the house of the Marquis of Xuanji by himself. There's no use in being anxious. Lin Feng might as well relax his state of mind. Near the house of the Marquis of Xuanji, he found a tea house to sit down and asked for a pot of tea. Looking at the house of the Marquis in the distance, he carefully thought about countermeasures in his heart. The waiter put down the teapot, his eyes rolling around on Lin Feng's spotless feather robe and star crown, revealing a smiling face. If we're talking about outstanding people, everyone often praises this as the descending of the star of literary music, and that as the descending of the star of martial music. But if you ask me, they can't even compare to the old Marquis of Xuanji. Not only does the Marquis of Xuanji have a grand title of nobility, he also holds an extremely high position, holding the position of Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince. Skilled in both the pen and the sword, conquering all 4 directions, beheading generals, and seizing flags as if strolling in a courtyard. The waiter's saliva flew everywhere. After establishing illustrious military achievements at the age of 22, he then abandoned martial arts to learn the pen, obtaining 1st place in the imperial examinations, 3rd place in high school. This kind of person is the real one. Towards the waiter's thumbs up in front of his eyes, Lin Feng faintly smiled, listening to his idle chatter, his gaze still staring at the house of the Marquis of Xuanji. Discovered target, suitable to become the host's direct disciple. Lin Feng was currently drinking tea when he heard the sudden notification sound. His tea almost sprayed out onto the waiter's face. Putting down the teacup, Lin Feng scanned the pedestrians on the street, his gaze finally locking onto an azure-clothed youth. The system notification sound also accurately and unmistakably told him that this is the target person. Carefully sizing him up, he saw that the azure-clothed youth is around 15 or 16 years old, with delicate features and a slightly thin body. Looking at him, he completely looks like a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken, but between his brows a sense of righteousness faintly seeped out. His gaze was as gentle as jade, but it had a sense of righteousness, making evil little ghosts not dare to offend him lightly. The system's voice sounded next to Lin Feng's ears. Talent system has finished organizing. Target number 4's information is as follows. Bone root, 7. Comprehension, -9. Will, -8. Fortune, -10. Conclusion. Target's talent is extremely high, recommended to take him in as a disciple and carefully guide him. He will definitely become a pillar of the sect. Lin Feng didn't see anything else. His eyes stared straight at the blood-red number 10 behind the fortune. After Xiao Badian, he finally saw a second person who has a full attribute. Fortune is the luck of the heavens. Blessings, in other words, is luck. Fortune of 10, what does it mean? It means that if he picks up trash, it will be an ancient godly weapon. If he picks up old books, there will be peerless secret manuals hidden in them. If he meets a powerful and swift and fierce enemy, he doesn't need to worry. That's the transport captain that will give him treasures and experience. Fortune of 10. Even if this guy finds a tree to pee behind, he can step on an immortal grass. Lin Feng let out a long sigh in his heart. It can't be wrong. It's him. Seeing that youth walk into the house of the Marquis of Xuanji, Lin Feng pouted his lips at him and asked the waiter, "Who is that azure-clothed youth?" The waiter hesitated for a moment. Lin Feng smiled and silently passed over a piece of silver, smiling as if nothing had happened and saying, looking at his simple clothing, "He doesn't seem to have any status in the house of the Marquis, but his bearing is stern. He doesn't seem like a servant. You have good eyesight. That person is called Zhu Yi. He's the bastard son of the Marquis of Xuanji. I heard that his mother came from a brothel and died of illness early on." The waiter clenched his teeth and accepted the silver, lowering his voice and saying, "But I heard that his knowledge is pretty good, and he's currently preparing to participate in the spring examination and the fall examination. If he can really pass, then it can be counted as a fortune. After all, a bastard son like him doesn't have the right to inherit the title and property," the waiter said, and then sighed. "Speaking of this young master, he's a pretty good person. Before he drank tea here, and he's also very polite, but his situation in the house of the Marquis seems to be average. A few days ago he was even muttering about moving out of the house of the Marquis and going to the temple on the mountain outside the city to stay for a period of time in order to concentrate on preparing for the exams." Hearing up to here, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Not far behind him, two tea guests that seemed to be very ordinary looked at each other when they heard this. Their eyes also lit up with an indescribable brilliance. Chapter 31. Lin Feng doesn't plan on entering the house of the Marquis of Xuanji. Not mentioning whether or not the Marquis of Xuanji himself is at home, there will be quite a few other experts keeping watch. Already knowing that Zhu Yi has thoughts of leaving the house of the Marquis, Lin Feng decided to just wait patiently. Indeed, 10 days later, Zhu Yi carried a bag and walked towards Qingyang Mountain outside of Tianjin City. He's preparing to participate in the imperial exams and can't be bothered to stay in the house of the Marquis. He might as well go live in Qingyang Mountain for a while and also watch over his mother's grave. Meng Bingyun's grave is in Qingyang Mountain, a lonely one. With the identity of a concubine, after death, she can't enter the Zhu family ancestral hall. Lin Feng waited for Zhu Yi to leave the house of the Marquis, and then quietly followed behind him. Zhu Yi arrived at the foot of Qingyang Mountain. After cleaning Meng Bingyun's grave, he lit incense and then stayed in a small temple not far away from the foot of the mountain. Lin Feng already found out that this temple is a rundown Buddhist temple. Inside the temple, there's only an ordinary old monk watching over it. Zhu Yi would stay here for a while every year. One is to watch over his mother's grave, and two is for peace and quiet. After giving the old monk a few sticks of incense money, Zhu Yi settled down in the side hall. He opened his bag and lit a fire, preparing to read. Rubbing the book in his hands, Zhu Yi muttered, "Whether or not I can correct my dead mother's name will depend on the imperial examinations in spring and the imperial examinations in autumn. First passing the imperial examinations, then passing the imperial examinations, gaining titles for 3 generations. The court will issue a decree to confer my mother the title of lady. My mother's grave can be pulled into the Zhu family's ancestral grave, and her memorial tablet can also be worshipped in the ancestral hall. It's a pity that I can't practice martial arts. Even though our great Zhou dynasty has civil officials controlling the court, to truly be conferred a title of nobility still has to rely on military achievements. If I become a cultivator and go into the army, then my position will be high. If I make military achievements, then I'll be conferred a title of nobility. Then my mother's title will not only be lady, but also monarch. Her position will be far higher than Lady Xiao's. Thinking of Madame Xiao, who is also the main wife of the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Yi thought of his mother who died early, his gaze revealing sadness and hatred. Lin Feng silently stood outside the temple door, the corners of his mouth revealing a playful smile. He first went to the back room and knocked out the old monk to prevent him from leaking the news. Then he checked the surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a blue stone in front of the temple. Lin Feng circulated the 9 heavens thunder Tao with all his might, purposely releasing the spiritual energy circulating in his body from the acupoints all over his body. His method was actually the complete opposite of normal cultivation. Cultivation was about channeling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into one's body and refining it. However, Lin Feng's method of pouring the spiritual qi out of his body was a complete waste. However, from the outside, it was an entirely different matter. At this moment, the surface of Lin Feng's body was surrounded by purple gas. From time to time, electric sparks visible to the naked eye would jump and flicker in the air. All the hair on his body slightly floated under the effect of static electricity. The crackling sound of electricity in the air didn't stop, and there was even the faint sound of thunder reverberating in the mountain forest. Normally, even if a 10th level Qi disciple cultivator released their own spiritual energy outside their body, there wouldn't be such a big commotion. Thanks to the system, thanks to the novice gift bag, thanks to this 9 heavens thunder Tao, the visual and sound effects are ridiculously cool. Coupled with Lin Feng's outfit, a white robe with wide sleeves, feather clothes, and a star crown, his appearance is completely flawless. He definitely has the air of an otherworldly master. The sound of light footsteps came from behind him. From the sound of it, you can tell that he hasn't cultivated before, but the steps are steady and firm. Lin Feng knows that it's Zhu Yi. Hearing the green-clothed youth clearly relax his breathing, Lin Feng smiled in his heart. He's here. Lin Feng suddenly stopped his technique and didn't turn around. He lightly said, "Since you want to see, why don't you walk out openly and look openly?" The breathing behind him slightly paused, but it quickly calmed down. The sound of footsteps rang out and stopped not far behind Lin Feng. A voice that was neither servile nor overbearing said, "I didn't mean to peep. Please forgive me for my rudeness." Sure enough, it was Zhu Yi's voice. Lin Feng suddenly asked, "Are you afraid?" Zhu Yi was silent for a moment, then said in a clear voice, "The books of sages say that righteousness and intelligence are gods. As long as a scholar's heart is upright, strict, and his own thoughts are strong and pure, he won't be afraid of demons and monsters." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Although ghosts and monsters can transform into demonic arts to confuse people, demonic ghosts are formed from formless thoughts. Even if they are powerful enough to manifest themselves, they will only be a cold mass, and will not feel like they are made of flesh and blood." Zhu Yi's voice became calmer and calmer, and his thoughts became clearer. Moreover, thunder is the essence of the 9 heavens, which is the nemesis of demons and ghosts. Since you can control thunder and lightning, and your body is full of blood and qi, you are naturally not a demon or ghost. But I think you are not an ordinary person. so you must be a sword immortal or a swordsman who lives in seclusion in the deep mountains. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Zhu Yi, who was speaking with confidence and composure. He suddenly smiled. You seem to know a lot about demons and ghosts. A scholar doesn't talk about strange powers and gods. You are not an ordinary scholar, Zhu Yi answered frankly. That's just a person who reads books without thinking. I am a scholar, and I understand the world, understand demons and ghosts, and reach the gods. This is what it means to study things. Lin Feng smiled. I didn't expect you to be so interested in cultivation. This time, Zhu Yi did not reply immediately. His eyes flashed, and he thought, could it be that this Taoist wants to take me as his disciple? He grew up in the Marquis's mansion. His mother died early, and as the son of a concubine, he was used to the fickleness of people and power struggles. So he was very vigilant. Seeing Lin Feng's strange behavior, he had to be careful. My father doesn't allow me to practice martial arts, and I don't have the money to hire a master to teach me. This seems to be an opportunity, but who knows what this Taoist is? Seeing Zhu Yi hesitating, Lin Feng immediately guessed what he was thinking and thought, as I expected. Anyway, he did not want to take him as a disciple, so he will just act according to the original plan. Without waiting for Zhu Yi to choose his words to reply, Lin Feng laughed. Unfortunately, it is all hearsay. The path of cultivation is not so simple. Those who are outside the sect naturally cannot understand what is going on inside. I was just passing by and did not expect to meet such an interesting kid like you. We had a good chat, but I have something to do, so I cannot continue chatting with you. Let's part here. We will meet again, if fate wills it. With that, without waiting for Zhu Yi to react, Lin Feng used the cloud dragon escape. Lightning flashed around him, and he disappeared from where he stood. Using the lightning as a diversion, Lin Feng's figure flew up and quickly hid in the forest beside the old temple. He concealed his presence and hid his tracks. Zhu Yi, who was blinded by the lightning, slowly recovered his vision. He looked at the green rock in front of him, dumbfounded, as if he did not expect Lin Feng to leave just like that. Zhu Yi searched around the old temple for a while. With his sixth sense that he had not cultivated, he naturally could not find Lin Feng's tracks. Returning to the green rock, Zhu Yi muttered to himself, I thought that Taoist had the intention to take me as a disciple, so I was thinking too much. Wait, could it be a trick to loosen the reins only to grasp better? It doesn't look like it. Otherwise, he would not have left without saying anything. That Taoist looks young, but I wonder how old he is? Tao techniques, cultivation. If I am successful in my cultivation, can I make father admit his mistake and make Madame Xiao bow down? People outside the sect cannot understand what is going on inside. This door, how can I enter? Zhu Yi suddenly exclaimed and walked to the side of the green rock. He bent down to take a look and picked up a purple crystal from the green rock. Lin Feng laughed silently. The fish had swallowed the fragrant bait. It was time to take the bait. He left the opening chapter of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique in the purple crystal. He did not add any prohibition. Although Zhu Yi had not cultivated before, as long as he focused his mind on the crystal, he could read the contents. Zhu Yi was playing with the purple crystal when his nose suddenly smelled a burning smell. He turned back to the temple and immediately exclaimed, "Oh no!" It turned out that when he left the temple, he forgot to close the door. The mountain wind was strong and blew into the temple through the door, unexpectedly blowing his book into the brazier. Seeing that the book had already been burned to ashes, Zhu Yi was very annoyed. But when he looked carefully, he found that in the brazier, among the ashes of the burnt book, there was a slightly dark golden paper. On the golden paper, it was densely packed with small scriptures and pictures. It seemed to be gold leaf, but it was not burned by the fire. Ksitigarbha Sutra. This is a Buddhist Tao technique? Zhu Yi was extremely shocked and then overjoyed. Just now, I was still troubled about how to enter the sect to learn Tao, and now a Tao technique appeared before my eyes. Lin Feng, who was outside the door, was dumbfounded. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. This works too. That book. That kid just bought it from a second-hand bookstore before he left the city, right? It is worth 10 points of fortune, 10 points of fortune. Hee, I bought a watch last year. Chapter 32. Outside the temple, in the night wind, Lin Feng's face was cloudy and uncertain. The Ksitigarbha Sutra and the art of Akala come from the same source. They are both secret Buddhist techniques passed down in the Great Thunder Monastery. The so-called Ksitigarbha is calm and unmoving like the earth, calm and deep like a secret. The ability cultivated in the art of Akala is the rage of the Akala. When the Ksitigarbha Sutra is successfully cultivated, one can obtain the Ksitigarbha golden body. As long as the body is not destroyed, it is impervious to all tribulations and all techniques. It is a very famous Buddhist body protection technique. The Tao technique that Zhu Yi obtained is actually a Buddhist secret technique, on the same level as the complete art of Akala. Hidden in the old book, it could be that after the Great Thunder Monastery was destroyed, some monks escaped in order to pass down the Buddhist Tao technique, quietly waiting for the fated person to find it. In the end, other people couldn't find it. But Zhu Yi, this person with 10 luck, discovered it on the first day he obtained the book. Lin Feng knows that Zhu Yi, who has been unlucky for many years, will from now on step on his heaven-defying path. Don't look at how his father, the Marquis of Xuanji, is arrogant right now. In the future, he will definitely obediently give in. If he doesn't, he'll beat him until he does. But if this happens, what do I do? Lin Feng's face was filled with bad luck. Zhu Yi has already started to change his luck, turning from the depths of misfortune to happiness. It is even more impossible for him to take him as his master. Zhu Yi, who obtained the Ksitigarbha Sutra, has his own starting capital. It seems like he doesn't need Lin Feng to teach him Tao techniques anymore. If he wants to take this person of the heavens as his disciple, he has to send him charcoal in the snow before his luck changes. Otherwise, when his domineering aura erupts and his body shakes, who knows who will bow down to worship him? Lin Feng quickly thought in his heart, what should I do? Use the art of Akala and pretend to be a Buddhist cultivator, lie that his Ksitigarbha Sutra was also hidden in the old book by me, and wait for him to find it? No, Zhu Yi is a person with his own ideas. He treats people very warily. If I go up and get something for nothing, he most likely won't believe me. After thinking for a moment, a warm, sunny smile appeared on Lin Feng's face again. Hee, this isn't too good, isn't it? Isn't it a little too harsh? Looking at Zhu Yi, who had already started to immerse himself in the cultivation of his Tao technique, the smile on Lin Feng's face grew wider and wider. Zhu Yi, my disciple, for the sake of your better development in the future, Master can only let you suffer a little first. I think you'll understand Master's painstaking efforts. After making up his mind, Lin Feng was no longer in a hurry. It was nighttime now, and the city gates of Tianjin City were already closed. Since he couldn't go back, he would patiently wait here until morning. At the same time, he was concerned about the results of Zhu Yi's cultivation of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. As it turned out, the destined one was not an empty boast. In just a short while, Zhu Yi could already draw qi into his body and set foot on the right track of cultivation. One had to know that he had relied on himself to understand the characters in the scriptures without any guidance. Other than 10 points of fortune, 9 points of comprehension were indeed also out of the ordinary. This strengthened Lin Feng's thoughts of taking him in as a disciple even more. As soon as the sky brightened, Lin Feng immediately returned to Tianjin City and waited patiently near the house of the Marquis of Xuanji. Not long after, a group of servants of the house of the Marquis came out from the back door of the house of the Marquis, walking towards a restaurant in the marketplace not far away. At the front was a fierce-looking fatty, surrounded by everyone in the middle. He was clearly the leader. Lin Feng silently laughed. He already found out that this fatty is called Zhu Jun, a servant brought by the Madam of the Marquis of Xuanji from the Xiao family. His original name was Xiao Jun. He only changed his name to Zhu Jun after following Madame Xiao into the house of the Marquis of Xuanji, nicknamed Fatty Zhu. Fatty Zhu is loyal and devoted to Madame Xiao. In order to curry favor with Madame Xiao, he often makes things difficult for Zhu Yi. This guy looks fierce-looking, but he has a bit of talent in cultivation, following the experts of the house to cultivate. After a few years, he has also reached the realm of Qi disciple level 8. Fatty Zhu and the others entered the restaurant and went up to the second floor together, sitting down at the spot next to the window with the best view. Looking at them, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face, his figure disappearing into the crowd. Not long after, a strange rumor spread among the customers in the restaurant. In the old temple on the mountain, an azure-clothed scholar has strange behavior. He can actually swallow and spit out lightning. When the rumor reached the ears of Zhu Jun and the others, they looked at each other in dismay. Coming from the house of the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Jun and the others' understanding of the cultivation world far surpasses that of normal customers. Lightning is the most violent energy in the world. Dao techniques that can absorb lightning energy to cultivate are all top-notch goods. They also know about the matter of Zhu Yi studying in the old temple on the mountain. Hearing this, that person is actually Zhu Yi, a servant said doubtfully. Don't tell me that some mountain people haven't seen the world and are spreading false rumors? How could that Zhu Yi obtain such a powerful Dao technique? Another person said, the Marquis once said that he wants Zhu Yi to first learn the meaning of the scriptures and then talk about the matter of practicing martial arts. He didn't even learn how to walk, and he wants to learn how to run? If he really secretly cultivates, then we'll cripple his cultivation. Who dares break the rules set by the Marquis? The cheeks of Fatty Zhu, who didn't speak up the entire time, moved, saying slowly, let's go take a look together. If Zhu Yi really secretly cultivates, then we'll confiscate his Dao technique and then hand him over to the Marquis to deal with. Don't make any decisions on your own. The eyes of the other people lit up, and they all started laughing. If Zhu Yi really has a top-notch Dao technique, then they wouldn't dare to keep it for themselves and would definitely have to hand it over to the Marquis of Xuanji. But before handing it over, they naturally have time to make a copy, a top-notch Dao technique. They have to get a share no matter what. Zhu Jun also started laughing, the fat on his face trembling. The group of people immediately left the restaurant and rushed towards the Azure Sun Mountain outside the city, but they didn't discover that Lin Feng was always following behind them. Looking at the backs of Fatty Zhu and the others, the smile on Lin Feng's face became more and more brilliant. The second male lead is already waiting on the stage. He set up. Right now, the supporting characters are also about to step onto the stage. The drama that Lin Feng himself wrote, directed and acted in is about to begin. Destined people like Zhu Yi, who have the halo of a main character shining above their heads, often have the ability to kill monsters above their level. If the opponent's strength is too low, then it'll just be giving Zhu Yi experience. But Fatty Zhu and the others are at least at the 5th or 6th level of Qi disciple, and they even have Fatty Zhu, who is at the 8th level of Qi disciple holding down the fort. Zhu Yi has only just come into contact with Dao technique cultivation and doesn't have any battle experience. No matter how much of a genius he is or how OP his luck is against Fatty Zhu, and the others, he'll just be a piece of cake. There's also a limit to killing monsters above their level. If Zhu Yi was given a period of time to cultivate, his cultivation would definitely soar like he's on drugs. However, Lin Feng didn't give him any time to level up at all. He immediately pulled a wave of elite monsters to surround and beat him up. Even the destined, one can't do anything about it. Lin Feng followed behind Zhu Jun and the others in a relaxed manner. The script had already been written, and now he was waiting for the actors to perform. My good disciple, you're familiar with literature and history. You must know the saying, when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, he must first suffer his will, tire his muscles and bones, and starve his body, right? So don't be afraid of suffering later. I'll protect you. As expected, when Fatty Zhu and the others arrived at the temple and found Zhu Yi, they immediately made things difficult for him. Zhu Yi was rather alert and hid the golden paper with the scriptures first. No matter how Fatty Zhu and the others humiliated him, he refused to admit it. However, he didn't expect Fatty Zhu to be so clear-minded. He glanced sideways and realized that the hem of Zhu Yi's robe was stained with some ashes. Fatty Zhu kicked over the brazier and pulled at the embers that still had sparks in the brazier. The golden paper that recorded the Ksitigarbha Sutra was immediately revealed. Zhu Yi's expression changed. Fatty Zhu and the others laughed. Outside the door, Lin Feng, who was watching everything, also laughed. Chapter 33. Looking at the rolling brazier on the ground and the exposed Ksitigarbha Sutra. A feeling of despair welled up in Zhu Yi's heart. Could it be that this is my fate? Why did you give me hope and then immediately make me fall into despair? This won't do. A gentleman never stops improving himself. I definitely can't be discouraged. Fatty Zhu picked up the golden paper that recorded the Ksitigarbha Sutra, looking at Zhu Yi with a face of ridicule. Young master, Yi, what is this? Zhu Yi pursed his lips, his expression already calming down. There's actually something like this in the brazier? I didn't discover it before. Fatty Zhu and the others looked at each other, all laughing loudly. Since it's like this, then we'll accept it. When the time comes, we'll hand it over to the Marquis and let him deal with it. It's just that, young master, Yi, since you discovered it together with us, you have to come with us. At least we can verify it in front of the Marquis. Fatty Zhu squinted his little eyes, his face full of pride. Zhu Yi calmly nodded his head. Losing the Ksitigarbha Sutra made him disappointed, but the most important thing right now is to deal with his old man Zhu Hongwu. Zhu Hongwu's rules are extremely strict, not to mention a bastard son that isn't valued like Zhu Yi. Even the eldest son of the first wife who has the right to inherit the title will be punished by Zhu Hongwu's family laws until a layer of skin is peeled off if he makes a small mistake. If Zhu Hongwu finds out that he's secretly practicing Dao techniques, he might even lose half his life. Outside the door, Lin Feng faintly smiled. It's his turn to go on stage. If he waits until Zhu Yi is brought back to the Marquis's house, he might be grounded by the Marquis of Xuanji and never be able to leave the Marquis's house. If he wants to take him as a disciple under the Marquis of Xuanji's eyes, the difficulty will be too great. HM? No, this is... Lin Feng was calculating when he suddenly sensed a group of people running out from the forest, heading straight for the old temple. Lin Feng's heart trembled. What do they want to do? Could it be that their target is also Zhu Yi? This group of people is far from what Fatty Zhu and the others can compare to. Their movements in the forest are swift and nimble and orderly, actually having a bit of the elegance of soldiers. What was even worse was that there were foundation establishment cultivators among this group of people. As he thought about it, Lin Feng hid himself first. Then he saw the group of people barge into the side hall where Zhu Yi was. In the side hall, Zhu Yi, Fatty Zhu, and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the group of people barge in. As soon as they entered the room, their gazes all landed on Zhu Yi. The leader was a burly man in black with a scar on his cheek. The burly man turned around and looked at his two companions behind him. The two of them nodded in unison. "It's this scholar." Outside the hall, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. He roared in his heart, "That's why I hate accidents the most." Although the other party's arrival was sudden, Zhu Yi could still maintain his composure. "You're looking for me? I don't know you. Who are you?" Fatty Zhu also reacted at this moment, and said with a gloating smile, "Young Master Yi, where did you get into trouble? Could it be that you owe someone a gambling debt?" "Ha ha!" The burly man in black frowned. "Noisy." Fatty Zhu's smile froze on his face flushing red. "You bastard, do you know?" Not waiting for him to finish, the middle-aged man in black waved his hand, as if he was chasing away flies. "Other than this scholar, kill all the other Zhou dogs." The burly man's tone was extremely calm, only carrying a hint of disgust. It was as if he was really giving the order to swat flies to death. Fatty Zhu's expression instantly changed greatly, shouting angrily, "You dare touch us? We're people of the house of the Marquis of Xuanji. If you dare touch a finger of mine, I'll annihilate your entire family." The burly man in black laughed bleakly. "Annihilate my entire family? My entire family, old and young, have long since died in the hands of you Zhou dogs." He reached out his hand and lightly stroked the scar on his face, his expression instantly becoming incomparably cold. "Marquis of Xuanji." "Humph, humph, Marquis of Xuanji. It's because we know this brat is Zhu Hongwu's son that we came. That old bastard's hands are stained with the blood of my country's people. Today we'll make him pay some interest first." The burly man in black lifted up the hem of his clothes, revealing a hexagonal snowflake pattern. Lin Feng outside the hall and Zhu Yi inside the hall both had blank faces. Seeing the snowflake pattern, Fatty Zhu's face turned ashen, his arrogance completely disappeared. "Snowflake, you're the remnants of Snowgale country. You're people of the Society of the Strong Gale." Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva, revealing a smile uglier than crying. Lin Feng slightly frowned. He's not clear what kind of organization the Society of the Strong Gale is, and he's also never heard of it, but he's heard of Snowgale country. Snowgale country is a small country located in the northern snowy plains, bordering the northern border of the Great Zhou dynasty. Over 10 years ago, during the period of the Zhou dynasty's strong expansion, it was conquered and annexed by the Zhou dynasty. At the time, the person who led the army to conquer Snowgale country was precisely the Marquis of Xuanji. The people of the north are swift and fierce. Even though the country was subjugated, the citizens of Snowgale country have always refused to submit. All kinds of uprisings emerged one after another. It is one of the few areas that has never been able to stabilize after the Zhou dynasty conquered the four directions. Looking at it now, this so-called Society of the Strong Gale organization is also an uprising organization formed by the remnant citizens of the already subjugated country, specifically opposing the Zhou dynasty. He just didn't expect that they would have the guts to enter deep into the heart of the Zhou dynasty and move around in the important areas of the capital region, and even set their sights on the Marquis of Xuanji. Zhu Yi clearly also understood the relationship within, opening his mouth and saying, "I'm only a bastard son that isn't valued. If you want to use me as a hostage to threaten my father, then there's no need. Because it won't work at all, my father won't make any concessions. Even if you kill me, my father won't feel that much pain. You guys coming to find me is completely finding the wrong target." The black-clothed man grinned. "Of course I know that you're not favored by that old bastard, otherwise you wouldn't have fallen into our hands today." He stared at Zhu Yi with a smile that isn't a smile. "You don't need to belittle yourself. You're still of some use to us. For example, you grew up in the old bastard's manor. You're probably very clear about the layout of the manor, the habits of everyone, the arrangement of the guards, things like this." Zhu, he pursed his lips, not saying a word. The sound of wind suddenly rose up beside his ears. He was startled. The black-clothed middle-aged man had already arrived in front of him at some point. The two of them were very close. The black-clothed man's face revealed a cold smile, his long scar twisting and twitching, saying word by word, "You'll tell me." Finishing speaking, he turned around and looked at Fatty Zhu and the others. His gaze was like looking at a group of dead people. He waved his hand. "Do it." Under the order, the group of cultivators of the Society of the Strong Gale all made their move. Piercingly cold mana fluctuations instantly engulfed the entire temple. These cultivators are all wanted felons in the Great Zhou dynasty. Each and every one of them are desperados who live on the edge of a knife. They have extremely rich battle experience and have great teamwork. The efficiency of releasing spells is extremely high, not wasting a single bit of mana, and using the most efficient method to kill the enemy. Fatty Zhu and the others have never seen this kind of formation before. The group of people had no strength to fight back at all. They were taken down like wheat being cut. Only Fatty Zhu of Qi Disciple Level 8 has the highest level of cultivation and the fastest reaction. His fat body exploded with a speed that completely doesn't match, escaping out of the temple like flying. The black-clothed man frowned. "Don't leave anyone alive. Our whereabouts can't be leaked." The two cultivators of the Society of the Strong Gale nodded their heads, chasing out of the side hall without saying a word. Outside the hall, Lin Feng secretly groaned. The development of the situation has already far deviated from his initial predictions. Luckily, the other side didn't have any plans to immediately kill Zhu Yi. This gives him time to plan. His thoughts quickly spun. Lin Feng had a rough plan, hurriedly chasing after Fatty Zhu. This Fatty is still useful. He can't die. Chapter 34. Leaving the old temple, Lin Feng crushed a sound transmission crystal while swiftly moving. The crystal shard emitted a faint white light. Lin Feng said, "Little Yen, bring your junior apprentice brother to Green Sun Mountain in the west of the city and meet up with Master." Xiao Yan's voice very quickly came out of the white light. The youth's voice was gasping for breath as he quickly replied, "Don't worry, we'll be there very soon." After one sentence, the white light gradually dimmed. The crystal shard also lost its luster, becoming the same as normal gravel. Lin Feng shook his head. This sound transmission crystal is indeed convenient. It's just a pity it's a one-time use item, and it's extremely expensive. Xiao Yan's hurried voice made him a bit uneasy. That panting appearance was as if he just fought a great battle with someone. Lin Feng's brows slightly furrowed. "These two monkeys, please don't let anything happen to them." After being together for a long time, the relationship between the master and disciples became more and more intimate. Even though he clearly knows that these two disciples of the fated Son of Heaven won't easily lose out, but Lin Feng still worries for these two kids that haven't grown up yet. Lightly shaking his head, Lin Feng expelled the distracting thoughts from his mind. Using the Cloud Dragon escape technique to arrive at the place Fatty Zhu has to pass by in order to escape, and set up the formation of the 9 Heaven Thunder Summoning. Just as he finished setting it up, Fatty Zhu already appeared in his line of sight, running until he was out of breath. Ever since knowing that the newcomers are people from the Society of the Strong Gale, Fatty Zhu completely gave up on the idea of using his background. The person these Snow Gale remnant citizens hate the most is probably the Marquis of Xuanji. They can't do anything to the Marquis of Xuanji, but against a lackey of the House of the Marquis, like Fatty Zhu, they definitely won't be lenient. The higher Fatty Zhu's position in the House of the Marquis, and the closer his relationship with the Marquis of Xuanji, the more ruthless the other side will be when they attack. "Dad, Mom, why did you only give me 2 legs?" Fatty Zhu complained in his heart. Even though he has Qi Disciple Level 8 cultivation, the 2 people chasing him are both Qi Disciple Level 9. Even though he already used up all of his strength, in the end, he was still caught up by the other side. Just when Fatty Zhu was feeling despair, 9 spots of bluish-purple light suddenly lit up around him. There was an ear-piercing sound of electricity in the air, and the bluish-purple electric arcs flickered with dazzling brilliance in the night. The expressions of the 2 cultivators of the Society of the Strong Gale changed greatly at the same time. The experience of countless battles told them that a great disaster was about to befall them. But before they could react, the 9 bolts of lightning had already bombarded their bodies. In the next moment, roaring thunder descended from the sky like a divine punishment from the end of the world. 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi Disciple were killed on the spot by the lightning. Fatty Zhu stared blankly at the pile of black ashes in front of him as his legs trembled. If the lightning had struck him, he would be the one turning into charcoal. Although he had escaped danger, Fatty Zhu couldn't relax at all. Lin Feng slowly walked out of the forest. He was wearing a white robe with wide sleeves and a feathered robe with a star crown. He looked like an immortal. Looking at the ashes on the ground after the 9 heaven thunder summoning strike, Lin Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had calculated the position where Fatty Zhu had been caught. Thankfully, the deviation wasn't too great. Apart from needing time to set up and being too slow to cast, he was still very satisfied with the power of the 9 heaven thunder summoning, directly insta-killing 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi Disciple. If he didn't use the 9 heaven thunder summoning, it wouldn't have been so easy to take care of these 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi Disciple. The cultivation of these 2 people was much higher than that Yu family cultivator back then, but unfortunately, Lin Feng's cultivation was also far from being the same as before. Rising with the tide, the power of the 9 heaven thunder summoning also increased by more than 1 level. After clearly seeing Lin Feng's appearance, Fatty Zhu composed himself and coughed dryly. "Thank you, Taoist priest, for lending a hand. Everyone has the right to punish these remnants of the snow gale. Any citizen of the Great Zhou that encounters them naturally has the duty to." Before he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning brushed past Fatty Zhu's ear, splitting the large tree behind him in half from the middle. Lin Feng didn't even look at him, his gaze looking towards the temple Zhu Yi is at in the distance, calmly saying, "Don't be noisy next to my ear. Leave the things behind and hurry up and scram." Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva. "Taoist priest's contribution today. I will definitely report it to the Marquis." Lin Feng's gaze finally looked towards him, not carrying the slightest trace of emotion, as he calmly said, "If I have time in the future, I will naturally pay a visit to Zhu Hanguo. As for you, I never say the same thing twice," Yi Zichen said coldly. All the hairs on Fatty Zhu's body stood up. What did this young Taoist priest call the Marquis of Xuanji? Directly calling him by his name, Zhu Hanguo. No matter what this young Taoist cultivation is, no matter if he still dares to be this arrogant when he sees the Marquis of Xuanji himself, Fatty Zhu is certain that at least the name of the Marquis of Xuanji cannot scare this young Taoist. Fatty Zhu secretly cursed his bad luck. In the past, with the name of the Marquis, he could do whatever he wanted in the vast Tianjing city, but he didn't expect that today he would consecutively run into 2 groups of people who didn't put the name of the Marquis in their eyes. Touching the golden paper, with the Ksiddhagarbha Sutra imprinted on it, Fatty Zhu was extremely reluctant to part with it. Of course he knows that Lin Feng wants this thing, but he still couldn't help but play dumb. "Thing? What thing? I don't know." Lin Feng's gaze gradually became cold, looking at Fatty Zhu's body becoming colder and colder. He hurriedly said, "Don't rush, Taoist priest. The thing is here, it's here." Very reluctant to part with the golden paper, Fatty Zhu carefully placed the golden paper on the ground, saying with a mocking smile, "Taoist priest, can I leave now?" Lin Feng casually made a grabbing motion, and under the guidance of his F.A. Li, he grabbed the golden paper and left without even turning his head back. Fatty Zhu felt that the F.A. Li with which Lin Feng grabbed the golden paper did not seem to be outstanding. He hesitated slightly in his heart and carefully observed again, but discovered that he could not see through the depth of Lin Feng's level at all. He couldn't help but not dare to act rashly, obediently standing where he was and watching Lin Feng leave. Seeing Lin Feng disappear from his field of vision, Fatty Zhu let out a long breath, hurriedly fleeing towards Tianjin City. Something big has happened this time. Hurriedly going back and reporting to Madam is the right thing to do. The Ksitigarbha Sutra that was already in his hands is gone again. Fatty Zhu was extremely pained. Damn it, don't land in my hands, or else I'll definitely let you know how powerful I am. Lin Feng did not leave, hiding in the forest and watching Fatty Zhu flee towards Tianjin City. He needs someone to return to the house of the Marquis of Xuanji to report. No matter how unfavored Zhu Yi is, he is still the son of the Marquis of Xuanji. Being kidnapped by someone and even involving the remnant citizens of Snowgale Country. No matter if it's the Marquis of Xuanji or Madame Xiao, they will both definitely ask about it. Only with the pursuers of the house of the Marquis of Xuanji can they restrain the people of the Society of the Strong Gale, and only then can Lin Feng benefit from it. Lin Feng sensed for a bit. The crystal he left for Zhu Yi shouldn't have been exposed yet. It is currently clearly pointing out Zhu Yi's location to him. The people of the Society of the Strong Gale have already brought Zhu Yi away from the old temple, moving towards the mountains in the east. Lin Feng followed, far behind them. After who knows how long, Lin Feng sensed the mark he left on Xiao Yan and Xiao Badian, hurriedly running towards the mark to find them. The moment they met, Lin Feng's brows instantly furrowed. Xiao Badian is still okay. Xiao Yan's black clothes are torn in several places, and his aura is also unstable. Clearly he just had a fierce battle with someone. Lin Feng supported his shoulder. Who did it? Xiao Yan smiled. Don't worry, master. I didn't suffer any big losses. He paused for a bit and then continued. It was originally just a small matter. Me and my junior brother were strolling around Tianjin City's market square and saw a few lechers bullying women, so we stepped in to take care of them. After teaching those lechers a lesson, we were originally preparing to leave, but we were suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man with short hair, insisting on asking me where I learned the art of Akala from. This guy is very overbearing. He wants to capture me. His level of cultivation is very high. I'm afraid he's a foundation establishment stage cultivator. If we didn't provoke the patrolling troops, it would be very hard for us to escape. Speaking up to here, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows in confusion. It's just that the Tao technique that person uses is actually also the art of Akala. Xiao Badian suddenly said from the side, That person's hair is short. I saw that there are a few ring scars on the top of his head. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He already understood in his heart that even though that person has hair, he's most likely a monk from the great Thunder Temple back in the day. Who would have thought that Xiao Yan's art of Akala didn't attract the attention of the great Zhou dynasty, but instead attracted Buddhist disciples? Right now, I'm going to chase after your new junior brother. He's been kidnapped. Lin Feng nodded his head. Looking at Xiao Yan, he said, But we can't just let it go like this. Remember that person's appearance. In the future, we'll definitely get back at him. Xiao Yan nodded his head, and Xiao Badian smiled and said, I'm going to have another senior brother? Lin Feng smiled and patted his little head. You reap what you sow. In the forest east of Qingyang Mountain, the people of the Society of the Strong Gale were rapidly advancing with Zhu Yi. The leading black-clothed man touched the scar on his face, frowning and saying, Hui Ku still hasn't come to meet up. The person beside him answered, Not yet, let's not wait for him. He's always so unruly, so what if he's from the Great Thunder Temple? Before the black-clothed man could say anything, a bell-like voice sounded out in the forest. Nothing much, he's just stronger than all of you. Saying this, a short-haired man wearing gray clothes walked out of the dense forest. The man's face was gloomy. The short hair on his head couldn't hide the 6 conspicuous ring scars on his scalp. Chapter 35. Lin Feng chased behind the people of the Society of the Strong Gale. As he walked, he took out an old book from his chest when his 2 disciples weren't paying attention, tearing out a page and throwing it on the ground, leaving a mark and pointing the way for the pursuers of the house of the Marquis of Xuanji. "Master, why are we following behind them sneakily like this?" Xiao Yan asked in confusion. "Can't you just directly go up and save them?" Lin Feng said with a calm expression, "Their every movement is in my eyes. Right now, I'm not in a hurry to act. It's because I want to observe for a bit, see just what kind of willpower this new junior brother of yours has. See how he will perform under this kind of disadvantageous and dangerous situation." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan. "Even you, I've also seriously observed you before. If it wasn't for you still persevering and not giving up under adverse circumstances, I wouldn't have taken you in as my disciple." Xiao Yan also smiled, nodding his head in belief, and didn't say anything else. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Feng asked, "Little Yan, that monk you guys met, did he manage to cultivate the fury of the Akala?" Lin Feng only has the first half of the art of Akala, even though he can cultivate it according to the law, but there is a limit. Also, he can't cultivate the supreme ability of this Tao technique, the fury of the Akala. Xiao Yan only thought that Lin Feng wanted to teach him the Tao technique step by step, so he didn't have any suspicions. Right now, hearing Lin Feng ask him, he answered, "I'm not sure. We alerted the patrolling soldiers and surrounded that monk. Afterwards, he only managed to break out of the encirclement by activating a terrifying azure flame. Mana true flames, refined from normal fire Tao techniques, are all orange-yellow. According to the records of the art of Akala, the fury of the Akala should be milky white." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows in confusion. The flame that the monk emitted was azure, but the Tao technique he cultivates is definitely the art of Akala. Lin Feng came to a conclusion after thinking for a moment. The art of Akala that the monk cultivates is not complete. Moreover, it should be missing the most important introduction. The content of the Tao technique naturally becomes more profound the further it goes, but at the beginning of the art of Akala, there are a few general scriptures that outline the main points. It looks simple, but it is actually the foundation of the entire Tao technique. Missing these sections of scripture, even if the Tao techniques at the back are complete, it is very easy for people to walk in the wrong direction when they cultivate. Even if they successfully cultivate the entire art of Akala, it will be like a castle in the air without a good foundation, on the verge of collapse. Even though Lin Feng didn't have the contents of the second half of the art of Akala, but the first half was incomparably complete. Not a single word was missing. Xiao Yan was also meticulous in his cultivation. That monk spent his entire life studying the art of Akala. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that the art of Akala that Xiao Yan cultivates contains the general scripture. Therefore, he covetously tried to capture Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan heard this, he smiled and asked, "Master, the art of Akala that I cultivate is also not complete. When will you pass the second half to me as well?" Lin Feng smiled, saying, "Don't bite off more than you can chew. First learn what you have now." After sending off Xiao Yan, Lin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. "Touch my disciple, steal my technique? Damn Baldy, let's see who steals who." This group of people from the Society of the Strong Gale have clearly been hiding in the hinterlands of the Zhou dynasty for a long time. Not only are they familiar with the nearby terrain, they even buried a lot of hidden support and have a complete retreat route and plan. But with Lin Feng continuously pointing the way, their tracks were clearly exposed. In less than 3 days' time, the pursuers from the house of the Marquis of Xuanji have already bitten their tail. Even though their position hasn't been locked on, the pursuers have already surrounded them from all directions, blocking the people of the Society of the Strong Gale in a mountain range and continuously shrinking the encirclement. Lin Feng brought his 2 disciples and also became more and more cautious, hiding their tracks to avoid being caught in the crossfire. In the mountain forest, a group of people and horses quickly passed through. The leader was a bald old man with a hooked nose and deep eye sockets, looking like a vulture. The bald old man suddenly stopped. The people behind him also stopped. The old man's cold gaze scanned the surroundings, but he didn't discover anything. A person behind him asked in a low voice, "Old Vulture, is something wrong?" Old Vulture's gaze flickered. He was silent. Suddenly a piece of white bone flew out of his sleeve. That seems to be the thigh bone of some animal, pure white like jade, sparkling and translucent. The end of the bone club is incomparably thick, looking like a hammer. The bone club flew into the air, growing as it faced the wind. Originally, it was only a foot long, but in the end it became 12 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. A thick, murderous aura rushed out from the bone club, intimidating all living beings in the forest and making them feel a death-like fear. Old Vulture waved his hand. The bone club flew up, bringing with it a thunder-like howl, hitting a small mountain in the distance. With a loud rumble, the enormous mountain peak was directly smashed to pieces by the enormous bone club. Countless mountain rocks rumbled and rolled down the mountain, dust flying everywhere, covering the sky and covering the sun. The bone club flew back to Old Vulture's head, once again changing back to a foot long and returning to Old Vulture's sleeve. Seeing everyone look at him, Old Vulture snorted. "I keep on feeling that someone was spying on us just now. Looks like I was being overly suspicious. Let's go." The group of people once again went on their way, disappearing into the dense mountain forest. On a mountain next to the shattered mountain peak, Lin Feng and his disciple restrained their aura. After watching the bald old man's group leave, Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief. That old ghost is a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, right? Lin Feng nodded his head. He's not worried that he would be discovered. The key is that Xiaoyan and Xiao Budian can very easily expose their tracks. However, it doesn't matter even if we expose ourselves a bit. Lin Feng snickered. The bald old man doesn't know that their group is actually already very close to the people of the Society of the Strong Gale. The old man's actions will definitely alarm the other party. Sure enough, a moment later, intense mana fluctuations came from the valley in front of them. Lin Feng's group of 3 approached over and saw that in a dried-up river valley, Old Vulture's group of people were surrounding a gray-clothed man in the middle and currently fighting intensely. Old Vulture's bone club once again became a 12-meter-long giant club sweeping up and down. With him as the main force, the group of cultivators all used all kinds of spells surrounding the gray-clothed man and giving him a good beating. Xiaoyan and Xiao Budian looked at each other, simultaneously lowering their voices and saying, "Master, that gray-clothed guy is the monk that intercepted us back then." Lin Feng looked over. The gray-clothed man has a head full of spiky short hair. On the top of his head there are 6 faintly discernible ring scars. Even though he's at a disadvantage, this person is still calm and unruffled. Light green flames emitted from his body, burning fiercely. The spells released by the other party. As soon as they come into contact with the green flames, they are immediately burnt to nothing. There are people who also use fire spells to attack him. But the green flames are really too domineering. Even the red-yellow flames of the raging fire are burned together as fuel. The group of people besieged for a long time. The gray-clothed monk's green flames instead fought more and more fiercely. The fire grew bigger and bigger. Only Old Vulture's Bone Club magic item can pose a threat to the gray-clothed monk. Even the green flames can't block it, forcing the gray-clothed monk to have no choice but to dodge. While Old Vulture controlled the magic item, he spoke to disturb the gray-clothed monk's mind. "Big Monk, Those people of the Society of the Strong Gale keeping you to cover the rear is clearly using you as cannon fodder. Only you're stupid enough to believe what they say. The gray-clothed monk, Huiku, was a bit angry from embarrassment. He volunteered to stay behind to cover the rear, originally wanting to show off his skills, who knew that he would instead be entangled by the opponent. Like this, how can he make those people of the Society of the Strong Gale believe him? Huiku said in his heart, "After this, I must capture that brat I met that day. If I can cultivate the true fury of the unraging Wisdom King, then why would I have to go through so much effort?" While he was thinking, a streak of sword light suddenly flew over from afar, chopping down towards Huiku's head. The green flames were actually completely unable to block it. Huiku was greatly shocked, dodging to the side. The sword light missed and cut onto a mountain behind Huiku, actually completely cutting the mountain in half. The huge mountaintop tumbled down. Amidst the loud rumbling, the earth shook, and the mountains shook like an earthquake after the mountaintop fell. The cut surface of the mountaintop was as smooth as a mirror. Lin Feng, who was hiding on the side, frowned slightly as he saw this. What a strong sword cultivator. His own cultivation is at the foundation establishment stage, and he even has a high-quality flying sword. A black-clothed swordsman appeared on the field, his dark gaze staring at Huiku. Huiku looked at the black-clothed swordsman, but his attention didn't dare to place on him alone. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced in another direction. Sure enough, a white-robed, middle-aged man slowly walked out of the forest, dressed like a scholar, but the vast mana fluctuations around his body shows that he is a foundation establishment stage cultivator of the same level as the black-clothed swordsman, an old vulture. Who would have thought that the remnants of the Great Thunder Temple would actually mix together with the Society of the Strong Gale? The white-robed scholar clicked his tongue in wonder. While sizing up Huiku, he raised his hand and shot out several beams of white light. The white light flew into the air and exploded, turning into a curtain of light that enveloped the nearby mountains. Huiku looked at him coldly. The white-robed scholar smiled casually. "I've already sealed off the surrounding area with a formation. You won't be able to escape." Finishing, he, the black-clothed swordsman, and old vulture, the three of them stood in a triangular formation, surrounding Huiku in the middle. The other Qi disciple stage cultivators were scattered around the perimeter. Lin Feng frowned. As he looked, the cultivation of these three people are all around the same level as Huiku. 3 against 1. Don't even mention escaping, for Huiku. Being able to drag one of them down with him is already pretty good. Most likely, he'll even be captured alive. Right when Lin Feng was thinking, he suddenly saw a hint of a sinister smile appear on Huiku's face that doesn't match his identity as a monk at all. The gray-clothed monk chuckled, saying, "The ones that won't be able to escape are you guys." Before his voice even landed, Huiku raised both his hands. 24 specks of light flew into the air, forming a wondrous formation. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation from within that formation. This kind of threat that touches the soul. He also felt it before from that golden elixir period elder of the Blaze Sword Sect. Chapter 36. Lin Feng looked carefully and discovered that the 24 specks of light thrown into the air by Huiku were actually brown beads, each of them the size of a walnut, emitting a golden radiance in the air. Lin Feng's nose twitched, smelling a faint sandalwood fragrance. The 24 beads in the air all emitted a tranquil and vast aura. Facing the 24 beads, Lin Feng was like facing 24 enlightened monks. The expressions of the 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators surrounding Huiku all changed slightly. The white-robed middle-aged man looked at Huiku in shock. "Saraira, these are Saraira? You actually have 24 Saraira. Could it be that you refined the Saraira of your seniors into magic items?" Hearing this, Old Vulture and the black-clothed swordsman's expressions became incomparably gloomy. The black-clothed swordsman opened his mouth for the first time since appearing, scum who deceives their masters and exterminates their ancestors. In the process of the 24 Sarira rising into the air, an instant of pain and guilt flashed through Huiku's eyes, but immediately afterwards it was endless fury and viciousness. Hearing the black-clothed swordsman's cursing, Huiku laughed loudly, his expression deranged. "Even if this poor monk risks falling into endless hell, I'll make you evil demons pay the price." This is the guidance that Buddha gave this poor monk. The seniors in the sect will definitely understand this poor monk. He put his palms together and shouted in a deep voice, "Buddha is merciful. Sweep away all demons. 24 Heaven Arhut formation. Open!" Following Huiku's shout, the 24 Sarira in the air all exploded with dazzling Buddhist light. The Buddhist light gathered together, turning into a golden cloud, completely enveloping the area around Huiku in a radius of 100 feet. Buddhist chanting came from within the Buddhist light, overlapping together, deafening. Old Vulture and the others were all enveloped by the Buddhist light, as if they were in an independent space, completely isolated from the outside world. The white-robed middle-aged man shook his head. "Want to fight with me in formations? Big monk, you're not my opponent. You're just asking to be humiliated." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped. The white-robed middle-aged man stared dumbstruck ahead. Old Vulture and the black-clothed swordsman also had the same appearance. The other Chi disciple stage cultivators were all trembling in fear. Amidst the Buddhist light, layers upon layers of figures suddenly appeared. Each of them was more than 10 feet tall, and their bodies were flashing with golden light. They were all Vajra Arhats, and each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. There were a total of 24 Arhut shadows. Each of them had a mana fluctuation comparable to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. 24 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Lin Feng and company stared blankly. This monk was way too ferocious. He actually had such a powerful Dharma artifact. Good fella, a magic tool can manifest 24 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Whoever has such a magic tool can walk unhindered in the Foundation Establishment stage. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with envy, not to mention the Building Foundation stage. Even if he ran into an ordinary golden elixir period cultivator, he would be able to protect himself. No wonder this bald bastard dared to stay behind to cover the rear. Huiku's figure was hidden in the Buddhist light, disappearing without a trace. There were only 24 Arhut shadows putting their palms together, chanting Buddhist names in a low voice. "Buddha is merciful, repent, and the shore is at hand." The voice was like a morning bell and evening drum, shaking people's souls, making the people in the Buddhist light have an illusion for a moment, as if they had committed the most heinous of crimes and deserved to be suppressed and captured and sent into reincarnation. The three of them were all Foundation Establishment cultivators. Their wills were firm, and they reacted very quickly. Those Chi disciple stage cultivators were not injured, but they all fell limply to the ground, already losing the will to resist. Lin Feng felt a chill all over from the side of the mountain. 24 Buddhist Foundation Establishment cultivators shouting in unison they didn't need to injure the enemy at all to suppress them and make them lose the will to resist. What weakness does this 20 Heaven Arhut formation have? Because of the formation, it's hard to easily move it. Lin Feng's thoughts turned quickly, thinking of countermeasures. Extremely mana-consuming? Or are these Arhut shadows just for show to scare people? The other side very quickly used practical actions to answer Lin Feng's question. Seeing that Mr. Vulture and the other two didn't yield, the 24 Arhut shadows once again chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice and then rushed over in groups of 3 to 5. The black-clothed swordsman snorted coldly, sword light flashed, and it chopped on a golden arhut. Stab. An ear-piercing metal-scraping sound rang out. The flying sword that can cut through mountains only broke a crack on the chest of the golden arhut. The golden arhut was completely oblivious, a pair of large hands directly grabbing at the flying sword. The black-clothed swordsman controlled the flying sword to retreat, but there were two other golden arhut's pincer attacking from the left and right. 4 chapters came out at the same time. The resplendent Buddhist light almost condensed into a solid, actually firmly locking the agile flying sword in midair. The other two golden arhats howled and rushed towards the black-clothed swordsman, water tank-sized fists smashing down. Goodball donkey! The black-clothed swordsman's expression changed greatly. His entire cultivation is on one flying sword. Losing the flying sword, his battle strength immediately drops greatly. He can only dodge in a sorry state, at the same time calling back the flying sword with all his strength. The flying sword struggled with all its might in the Buddhist light, making ear-piercing humming sounds. The sword blade was even somewhat distorted, but no matter what, it couldn't escape the imprisonment of the Buddhist light. Instead, the 3 golden arhats that trapped the flying sword were still continuously increasing their strength. 6 large palms gathered together. The Buddhist light in the center of the palms became stronger and stronger. The black-clothed swordsman's flying sword started emitting thick smoke. The flying sword continuously hummed, as if it had a life of its own, making miserable wails. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng can already completely confirm that Hui Ku's magic item can really manifest the silhouettes of 24 arhats with the strength of the Foundation establishment stage. Maybe their IQ isn't high enough, maybe they aren't nimble enough, maybe they look like they can only fight hand to hand and don't know spells, but these golden arhats, in terms of mana cultivation, every single one of them has the level of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. And they clearly don't know pain, don't fear getting injured, can unhesitatingly adopt the life-for-life fighting method. 10 golden arhats even stayed where they were without moving. The other 14 attacked together, instantly beating up Mr. Vulture and the other 2 until they pissed their pants in terror. With such a huge difference in strength, Mr. Vulture and the other 2 wouldn't even have the chance to perish together. Whether they're captured alive or crushed to death, it all depends on Hui Ku's mood. No one would have thought that Hui Ku would actually be so ferocious. It was originally a hopeless situation of 1 versus 3, but it actually instantly flipped, becoming 24 versus 3. In the hearts of Mr. Vulture and the other 2, right now there are undoubtedly millions of grassland horses covered in mud madly galloping past. Lin Feng was also secretly depressed. Xiao Yan, this destined one, is indeed extraordinary. The first enemy he provoked is already so ferocious. What he didn't expect even more is that this thieving baldy is actually in cahoots with the Society of the Strong Gale that kidnapped Zhu Yi. Protecting Xiao Yan, saving Zhu Yi, they both have to pass through Hui Ku. Thinking up to here, a cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. I can't let him be so easy. I have to punish him. I have to find his weakness first. Lin Feng thought for a bit, then pulled Xiao Yan over, instructing a few words in a low voice next to his ear. Xiao Yan was dazed. What is this for? Lin Feng pretended to be profound, lightly replying, I have my own plans. You just have to do as I say. Here today, there might be a fortuitous encounter for you. Xiao Yan curled his lips. Master, don't lie to me. Lin Feng raised his hand, laughingly scolding, Stinking brat, you're looking for a beating. Xiao Yan stuck out his tongue, running down the mountain like a wisp of smoke, arriving near the mist formed by the Buddhist light. He followed Lin Feng's instructions and wandered around the Buddhist light a few times, immediately being discovered by monk Hui Ku in the mist of light. Wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, finding it by chance without even looking for it, Huiku was first overjoyed, looking at Mr. Vulture and the other two people in the Buddhist light. He then became worried. We're about to take care of these evil people. Giving up is really a pity, but what if we delay the time and let that brat escape? After hesitating for a bit, Huiku clenched his teeth, opening the leather bag he carried with him, releasing a small snake. The small snake grew in the air, actually turning into a 100-meter-long golden python. Its head was the size of a small house, its mouth full of sharp teeth, the length and thickness of elephant tusks. Huiku stretched out his hand and pointed at Xiao Yan. "I want him alive." The golden python landed on the ground, charging towards Xiao Yan like an arrow. Xiao Yan was slightly shocked when he saw the golden python. When the python crawled, it actually didn't have the slightest bit of fishy smell. Instead, it emitted a faint sandalwood fragrance. There were two small bumps on the top of the python's head, like the horns on a flood dragon's head. It crawled on the ground as fast as lightning. The battle strength of this kind of vicious beast is enough to match up to a Qi disciple level 10 and above cultivator. Lin Feng's warning appeared in Xiao Yan's mind at this time. If that monk uses magic items or spirit pets to deal with you, don't get entangled where you are. Just run towards the mountain forest in the distance. Xiao Yan curled his lips, turning around and running, the golden python closely chasing behind him. Lin Feng watched from the top of the mountain as Xiao Yan and the giant python, one escaping and one chasing, running further and further away. Huiku was in the light of Buddha formation, but didn't give chase in the end. Seeing this, a sunny and warm smile once again appeared on Lin Feng's face. Chapter 37. Huiku only sent out the golden giant python to chase after Xiao Yan, and he himself was still guarding within the Buddhist light formation. Seeing this, Lin Feng understood. As expected, those 24 golden arhats can only move within a radius of 100 zhang that is covered by the Buddhist light. That big monk, as the one in charge, can't leave the range of the Buddhist light either. And from the looks of it, Huiku was wholeheartedly in charge of the formation, and his other cultivation couldn't be used. Lin Feng thought, there's only one crucial point that I can't be sure of, and that is the 24 Sariras for the formation. Is any one of them indispensable? As long as one is missing, will the formation be unable to be maintained? As Lin Feng thought, he calmly said to Xiao Badian beside him, "Go help your big senior brother. I'll leave that snake to you too. I won't do anything. This can be considered a test for you two." Xiao Badian didn't panic after hearing this. Instead, he was eager to try, and smiled even more mischievously. "Master, after we kill that snake, will the snake blood and snake meat belong to us too?" Lin Feng knocked his little head and scolded jokingly, "Stinking brat, all you know is to eat all day long." Xiao Badian laughed mischievously, and Lin Feng shook his head in annoyance. "Go. How much you can get will depend on your own ability." "Thank you, master," Xiao Badian cheered, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, rushing in the direction of Xiao Yan and the giant python. This golden giant python was a natural variant, and it was tamed by Huiku using a secret Buddhist method. Its strength and speed were astonishingly fast, far surpassing normal fierce beasts. If not for the fact that Lin Feng had already taught Xiao Yan the cloud dragon escape, he wouldn't have been able to outrun this giant snake. This guy is like a small mountain when he coils up. His speed is so fast with such a big body. Xiao Yan cursed in his heart, and his body suddenly made a strange turn, avoiding the snake's mouth that was pouncing at him from behind. The giant python's head was as big as a small house, and swallowing Xiao Yan whole was a piece of cake. "Senior brother, here, here." As Xiao Yan was running, he suddenly heard Xiao Badian's voice, and looked up to see Xiao Badian waving at him from a mountain. "This brat don't tell me." Xiao Yan's heart moved, and he immediately changed directions, running towards the mountain peak, where Xiao Badian was. The golden giant python followed closely behind him, sweeping through all obstacles. Wherever its huge body passed, rocks exploded and towering ancient trees fell like harvested wheat. "Let me test your power." On top of the mountain peak, the little guy soared into the air. His body was like a cloud dragon, and he stood out from the crowd as he directly pounced towards the head of the huge golden python. The golden python let out a soundless roar and opened its big mouth to bite towards Xiao Budian. Xiao Budian's figure flashed in midair, and he had already avoided the blood pond-like mouth of the snake, nimbly landing on the snake's neck. The little guy laughed and said, "To beat a snake, you have to hit it where it hurts. Even though you're big, I can still feel where it hurts." After he finished speaking, he kicked the huge snake's body. Lightning flashed on his toes, and his small body brought with it the sound of wind and thunder. His momentum was not any weaker than the golden giant python. Lightning exploded, setting off a few rays of golden light and a smear of blood red. It was the snake scales and blood. Under Xiao Budian's kick, the golden giant python was injured. The giant python hissed angrily and twisted its body. Its thick and long golden tail swept towards Xiao Budian. If he was hit, no matter how strong Xiao Budian's body was, he would still be beaten into meat paste. However, Xiao Budian would not fight it head-on. He nimbly dodged to the side and avoided the giant python's counterattack. Xiao Yan, who had been chased by the giant python, silently appeared at this moment. After avoiding the giant python's tail, he came to its back, and his target was the wound that Xiao Budian had just made. A ruthless look appeared on Xiao Yan's face. "You long worm, you chased me very happily just now, didn't you?" With a flip of his palm, the explosive fire magic power quickly condensed and actually turned into a real raging fire, burning fiercely above Xiao Yan's palm. In the next moment, the blazing fire seemed to be suppressed. Xiao Yan did not let the flames continue to spread, but instead continued to compress towards the center. His hands stretched out horizontally, and his palms were a foot apart from each other. The scarlet-red flames continued to compress and condense between his palms, finally turning into a small red ball of light. Although the ball of light was small, it contained a terrifying heat and explosive power. It was like a small sun filled with an oppressive, destructive, and tyrannical aura. It was the secret ability of the Taishu Temple that Yan Mingyue had passed down to Xiao Yan, Red Lotus Break. The small ball of light was only the size of a human fist, and its size was completely disproportionate to the golden giant python. However, the giant python sensed danger immediately, and its pair of cold, vertical pupils actually revealed fear. Xiao Yan pushed forward with both of his hands, and the small red ball of light flew towards the wound on the giant python's body. The golden giant python wanted to dodge, but the flying speed of the ball of light was extremely fast, not giving it the chance to dodge at all, and it directly hit the target. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and then the still scene suddenly shattered. Violent raging flames exploded with a roar, and the powerful power seemed to want to shatter this piece of space. Hiss, 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 hiss. The golden giant python let out a hurried and miserable howl. Half of its body was surrounded by raging flames, and it kept rolling in the forest in pain. Although Lin Feng was paying attention to the Battle of Huiku and the others, he also split half of his attention to look at Xiao Yan and the others. Seeing his two disciples cooperate well with each other, and that the 100-meter-long giant python had no power to retaliate, Lin Feng grinned. These two stinking brats are really ruthless. Shaking his head, Lin Feng felt that there was no more suspense in this battle, but his heart suddenly moved, and he felt that a change had occurred on the body of the golden giant python. Amidst the miserable howl, the golden giant python opened its mouth, and rays of golden light suddenly shot out from its mouth. Waves of Buddhist chants actually came out from its mouth, and a wave of boundless Buddhist mana spread out. Lin Feng looked carefully, and saw that a small ball of light gradually rose from the mouth of the giant python, and it was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. The Buddhist light and Buddhist chants were precisely coming from this ball of light. The ball of light left the giant python's body, and the golden scales on the giant python's body dimmed a lot. The sandalwood fragrance disappeared, and a thick snake and insect stench came out. The giant python stared coldly at Xiao Yan and Xiao Budian with a pair of pupils that were like vertical lines, and the killing intent in its eyes overflowed to the heavens. The two brats also immediately realized that something was wrong and fled in different directions. Just as they left the place where they were originally standing, a ray of resplendent golden light shot out from the ball of light in the snake's mouth and bombarded the mountain peak. The golden light disappeared, and a clear round hole appeared in the center of the giant mountain peak. Through the round hole, one could clearly see the scenery in the distance. This ray of golden light directly pierced through the mountain peak. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. This power was already comparable to the attack of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. At this time, he could already clearly see that in the center of the ball of light there was a strangely shaped magic item, and the waves of magic power were constantly vibrating. Although it was vigorous and vast, it was not stable enough. This magic item has been damaged before. Lin Feng's head turned, and he instantly understood. That big monk really had a good idea. Hui Ku actually used the vitality of a strange giant snake to nourish the damaged magic item, so that the magic item could recover as soon as possible. At the same time, he used the magic item's spiritual power to nourish this giant python, so that the giant python could become stronger and quickly increase its strength. But this way, Lin Feng could not just sit by and do nothing. This giant snake had already become a huge threat to Xiao Yan and Xiao Budian. Xiao Yan and Xiao Budian also realized that this giant snake was going to use its real power, and Xiao Budian shouted, "Senior brother, don't panic. If it doesn't have some ability, all of my arrangements would have been in vain." Saying that, Xiao Budian clasped his hands together, formed a seal, and shouted, "Move!" 9 purple spots of light rose around the mountain peak, and in the violent sound of electric currents, 9 rays of lightning shot towards the golden giant python together. Lin Feng had already established his own expert impression in the hearts of his 2 disciples, so some things could no longer be hidden, and he could pass them on to increase their strength. Right now, Xiao Budian was using the 9 heaven thunder summoning that Lin Feng had passed on to him. The first 9 rays of lightning did not cause any damage to the giant snake, but in the next moment, the lightning that descended from the sky heavily struck its body and directly split the back half of its body, including its tail. The formation's powerful attack that borrowed the power of heaven and earth was vividly displayed at this moment. Xiao Yan watched from the side and couldn't help but shout, "Beautiful! Beautifully done! Be careful! Dodge!" Xiao Budian was originally feeling proud, but after hearing Xiao Yan's warning, he realized that the golden giant python had suffered such a heavy injury, and instead went berserk. The giant head suddenly raised and looked down at Xiao Budian, who was caught off guard. The snake opened its mouth wide, and scriptures flowed on the golden magic item. The bright golden light condensed once again, and in the next moment, it was about to strike Xiao Budian's body. Chapter 38. Xiao Budian only felt that the sky above his head suddenly darkened. That was the head of the giant python. In the next moment, the dark top of his head suddenly lit up, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. That was the light emitted by the magic tool in the mouth of the giant python. Vigorous waves of magical power spread out, terrifying to the extreme. "Dodge!" Xiao Yan suddenly rushed over from the side, knocking Xiao Budian away. Although Xiao Budian escaped the attack range of the giant python, Xiao Yan exposed himself under the snake's mouth, facing that terrifying Buddhist magic tool. Xiao Budian exclaimed. Eldest senior brother. The bravery in the black-clothed youth's bones was completely stimulated. Facing the dazzling golden Buddhist light, he didn't dodge, but raised his hands. In between his palms, a scarlet-red ball of light floated, filled with a destructive and blazing aura. Let's see who's finished first. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth. Facing the Buddhist light that could turn him into powder in one hit, he took the initiative to use the Red Lotus Burst. The red ball of light turned into a ray of scarlet light and flew into the huge python's wide-open mouth. At the same time, the mana of the Buddhist magic item in the snake's mouth was also accumulated to the extreme, turning into a ray of resplendent Buddhist light about to blast towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's Red Lotus Burst was a step faster, only 1,000th of a second faster than the Buddhist light, exploding in the snake's mouth first. But the indestructible Buddhist light had already condensed. Would it dissipate because of the explosion? Xiao Yan and the little guy both didn't know the answer, because a ray of white lightning that was even more tyrannical and berserk than the Buddha's light traversed the horizon. It was even faster than the Red Lotus break, and it struck the huge snake's head. Northern Aurora Mystic Light. The tyrannical lightning directly punched a big hole in the head of the golden python. After penetrating the snake's head, it fiercely hit the Buddhist magic tool. The magic tool made a sound. The Buddhist light that was originally prepared to attack Xiao Yan was forced to be used to defend itself, no longer having the strength to attack. At this time, Xiao Yan's Red Lotus Burst exploded in the snake's mouth, blowing the already heavily injured giant python's head into a bloody mist. Master! Xiao Budian cheered. At this time, Xiao Yan was also covered in cold sweat. Master! You almost played me to death. Lin Feng landed beside them. Dressed in a feathered robe and a star crown, he looked even more elegant and otherworldly in the forest that was in a mess after the battle. Lin Feng raised his hand and caught the falling Buddhist artifact. He turned to Xiao Yan and said with a smile, I've already said that you might have a fortuitous encounter today. It's just a daunting experience without any mishaps. As Lin Feng spoke, he raised the Buddhist artifact in his hand and shook it. When I erase the restrictions set by the original owner, this thing will be yours. Xiao Yan was overjoyed. Ha ha, I didn't risk my life for nothing. Lin Feng looked at him with a smile. Little Yan, you're very good. You're behaving like a senior brother. Xiao Budian grabbed Xiao Yan's hand and said, That's right, senior brother. It's all thanks to you. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, It's what I should do. Unexpectedly, Xiao Budian continued to say, Although I can dodge it myself, I still have to thank you. Suddenly, Xiao Yan was so angry that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this junior brother was even more arrogant than him. Xiao Budian turned to Lin Feng and asked, Master, that artifact belongs to senior brother. What about me? Lin Feng pointed to the dead python. Aren't you thinking about it? It's all yours. How much you can take depends on your own ability. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, Collect more snake blood and snake gallbladders. You're almost 5 years old. These are all good materials for your baptism. Xiao Budian cheered and rushed to the giant snake. Although he was young, he followed the adults to hunt in the village, so collecting these materials was a piece of cake. Hearing that Lin Feng wanted to baptize Xiao Budian, Xiao Yan also went up to help. A child's baptism, when they are 5 years old, has a very important effect on the foundation of the fleshly body. Xiao Yan couldn't help but be fascinated. Junior brother's talent is already so strong right now. If you go through the baptism, how terrifying would it be? Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. The two disciples were busily pulling out the tendons and skinning the giant snake. Lin Feng's attention had already returned to Hui Ku and the others. not sure if it was because he sensed that the giant snake was killed and the artifact was taken. Hui Ku's state of mind fluctuated violently, almost unable to maintain that overbearing 24 Heaven Arhut formation. Old Vulture and the other two were already about to despair when facing a hopeless situation where there was no chance of survival, but they didn't expect that something would happen to Hui Ku himself. The three people in the formation immediately sensed the change, and hope rose in their hearts again. The three all knew that it was a moment of life and death, so they all exploded out with their strongest methods. They didn't hope to defeat Hui Ku, but only hoped to kill their way out of the Buddha light formation. The three of them risked their lives together, and Hui Ku wasn't in his best condition. They actually really let them charge out of the formation. Hui Ku saw that he was about to lose everything and shouted loudly in anger, barely concentrating his mind. The power of the 24 Heaven Arhut formation was circulated to the extreme by him. The 24 Arhut silhouettes gathered together, chanting the name of Buddha together. The Buddha light above their heads gathered together, transforming into two giant hands that covered the sky. The two giant Buddha palms descended from the sky, directly smashing the white-robed middle-aged man and the black-clothed swordsman onto the ground. Only Old Vulture was left out. How could the bald old man still care about his companions right now, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood onto the bone rod magic artifact? The bone rod that was as pure white as jade became more and more sparkling and translucent, even faintly flashing with red light. It directly became over 100 meters long, heavily smashing onto the Buddha light formation, directly piercing through the Buddha light and bringing Old Vulture out of the range of the formation. Hui Ku was furious. The giant palm formed from Buddha light, smashing towards Old Vulture. Old Vulture raised the bone rod and barely managed to block it, but was beaten until he spat out a mouthful of blood, his mana pretty much all scattered. Taking this hit, Old Vulture was sent flying together with the bone rod, directly passing over a mountain and falling into the forest over 10 miles away. Old Vulture laid on the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. He felt all the bones in his body shatter into pieces, his organs all changing positions. This monk is so ruthless, actually refining the Sarira of his seniors into a magic artifact. This won't do. I have to go back and find even more experts to be able to subdue this fiend. Old Vulture struggled to crawl up from the ground. In his heart, he was also somewhat glad that 3 people were trapped and only he managed to escape. However, thinking up to here, Old Vulture's scalp suddenly went numb, his hairs standing on end, as if some disaster was about to befall him. He had a bad premonition and was about to react, but it was still too late. Without a sound, Lin Feng appeared behind him. What he was holding in his hand was precisely Old Vulture's bone rod magic artifact. Right now it had already shrunk to its original length of 1 foot, being used by Lin Feng as a hammer, smashing onto the back of Old Vulture's head with a dong sound. Old Vulture let out a loud cry, dizziness in his eyes. Even though he was heavily injured, his mana still surged madly, resisting with all his might, not wanting to let himself faint, and even more wanting to turn around to see who it was. But just as he turned around, before he even saw the person, there was an expanse of snow white pressing down. A large white bone rod once again smashed down, smashing onto his head. Asterisk dong, asterisk Old Vulture's eyes rolled back, being completely knocked down. The last thought in his mind was, why does this large white bone rod seem like my own white bone hammer? Lin Feng weighed the white bone hammer in his hand. This magic artifact's vitality was greatly damaged by the Buddhist light large hand manifested by Hui Ku, being held in his hand to attack its owner. It didn't even resist. The mana fluctuations in the magic artifact are also very weak. Looks like it needs to recuperate for a very long time before it can recover to its original state. but using it as a hammer to hit people is rather convenient. The length, thickness, and weight are all just right. Just as he was thinking, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that the two disciples beside him were both looking at him with dumbfounded expressions, their gazes moving back and forth between Lin Feng's face and the white bone hammer in his hand. Lin Feng's expression was calm, coughing dryly. Did you all see it clearly? Using the Bai Hui point at the top of the head as a marker 1 inch forward or backward, hitting these two places can make people quickly faint. Did you all learn it? Xiao Budian blankly nodded his head, while the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. Master, isn't this just a sneak attack? Wrong. Master is showing you guys the correct way to capture an enemy alive. Lin Feng said with a deadpan expression. If you didn't pay attention, Master will demonstrate it again. While speaking, Lin Feng sent out a strand of lightning mana, stimulating Old Vulture's acupuncture points, and causing the fainted Old Vulture to wake up. The bald old man woke up and murmured, "What the hell is going on? It seems like someone is sneak attacking me." Before even understanding the surrounding environment, Old Vulture's hair suddenly stood on end, his scalp went numb, a familiar feeling came again. Asterisk boom, asterisk. He felt a piercing pain at the back of his head. Everything in front of his eyes went black. It was the same feeling as last time. He was sneak attacked again. Again. Old Vulture forcefully endured the pain, while using all his strength to open his eyes to ensure that he didn't immediately faint. He also did his best to turn his head. This time he had to clearly see just who was sneak attacking him again and again. What entered his eyes was still a field of white. Old Vulture couldn't help but curse out, "It really is this old man's white bone hammer." But before he could see even more clearly, a hammer came down, once again hitting his head. Ah! Old Vulture's eyes rolled back, carrying a monstrous rage and endless regret. He fainted again. Lin Feng turned his head with a calm expression, indifferently asking, "Did you see it clearly this time?" Xiao Yan was dumbstruck. Xiao Budian clapped his hands and smiled, saying, "I saw it clearly. Master, can I also try?" Lin Feng smiled and handed the white bone hammer to Xiao Budian. "Try is try. Have some sense of propriety. Don't kill him. Master still has things to ask him in a bit." Xiao Yan watched as Xiao Budian excitedly walked towards the continuously knocked unconscious Old Vulture, and couldn't help but shake his head, turning his head to the side. What was going to happen next was simply impossible to look straight at. Chapter 39. After capturing Elder Vulture, Lin Feng relaxed. As for the black-clothed swordsman and white-robed middle-aged man, he could only say that he was unable to help. Right now his mind is all on this Buddhist magic item that seems like a pestle, yet not a pestle, seems like an all yet not an all. After searching the exchange system for a bit, Lin Feng confirmed that this magic item is one of the legendary 10 great guardian Buddhist weapons, the Thundershock Staff. The 10 great guardian Buddhist weapons of Buddhism were all earth-shattering treasures with great power. When the 10 Buddhist weapons were combined, they were known as the 10 Realms, and they were the treasures of the Great Lane Monastery. True Buddhist guardian Buddhist weapons are all high-quality magic treasures. They are treasures that only primordial spirit cultivators can refine. But the method of refining Buddhist weapons is very widespread in the Great Thunder Monastery. Monks of all cultivation levels can refine them. It's just that the Buddhist weapons refined by cultivators below primordial spirit are all magic items and can only be considered replicas. The Thundershock Staff Huiku is refining right now belongs to this kind of replicas. Lin Feng was slightly disappointed. So it's not a damaged treasure. It's just that this monk hasn't successfully refined it yet. Even though it hasn't been successfully refined, the power of this magic item is enough to move people. It is worthy of the name of the Thundershock Staff Guardian Buddhist weapon. according to the Buddhist scriptures, there was an ancient monarch who was muddle-headed and tyrannical. His people were all addicted to wine, women, wealth, and temper, their crooked tendencies soaring to the heavens, incurring the wrath of the heavens. The land suffered from a terrible drought. Sandstorms buried the entire kingdom underground. Torrential rains caused floods and plagues to spread, causing disaster for thousands of miles. All humans and animals died. It was like purgatory. The Buddha descended to preach. He couldn't bear to see the people in misery and was willing to sacrifice himself to take the calamity on behalf of all living beings. There was a thunder god in the sky who was naturally violent. He actually shot down a magic-casting divine weapon and pierced through the top of the Buddha's head. But the spiritual divine weapon was transformed by the Buddha's benevolence and turned into a Buddhist weapon with unparalleled power, splitting the earth into a ditch and directing the flood into the sea, dispelling the calamity. And this magic item is the Thundershock Staff. Lin Feng doesn't believe in this kind of Buddhist legend that clearly puts gold on his face, but this doesn't stop him from realizing from this legend that the greatest function of the Thundershock Staff isn't actually to initiate an attack, but to dissolve other people's attacks. Astonishing defensive power is this magic item's true advantage. Lin Feng carefully observed for a bit. The Thundershock Staff is a Foundation Establishment stage magic item. It still hasn't been completely refined, yet it forcefully withstood the full power attack of the Northern Aurora Sword, which is also a Foundation Establishment stage magic item. Even though its vitality was injured, it actually wasn't directly destroyed. Its defensive power is indeed worthy of praise. As Lin Feng was thinking, the Thundershock Staff in his hand suddenly started to tremble, as if there was some kind of force pulling it out of Lin Feng's control. It's Hui Ku. That monk is free. Lin Feng's heart moved. He raised his hand and drew a few lines in the air, casting the Heaven Cage sigil and sealing the Thundershock Staff. Hui Ku is a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, and the Thundershock Staff is a Foundation Establishment stage magic item. Even if Lin Feng, who is at Qi Disciple Level 10, lays down the Heaven Cage sigil, he wouldn't be able to seal the Thundershock Staff. But after all, the Thundershock Staff still hasn't been successfully refined, and before it even ate one of Lin Feng's Northern Aurora Mystic Light. So even though it struggles, it can't break the Heaven Cage sigil. Once the Heaven Cage sigil came out, it immediately cut off the connection between Hui Ku and the Thundershock Staff, making him unable to communicate with the Thundershock Staff anymore, and unable to sense the specific location of Lin Feng and the magic item. No matter how furious the monk is, Lin Feng brought his 2 disciples and Mr. Vulture, who was beaten half to death by Xiao Budian, and went around this valley, continuing to chase after the Society of the Strong Gale and Zhu Yi from another direction. Lin Feng continuously studied the structure of the Thundershock Staff along the way, and discovered that this magic item was refined using a kind of Buddhist magical power. Within the magic item, the traces left behind by Hui Ku's refinement are completely preserved. Then it's easy. Lin Feng smiled. Other people are unable to comprehend magical powers and spells from these kinds of remnant traces. Even fellow Buddhist cultivators are unable to do it. But for Lin Feng, it couldn't be any easier. Opening the magical power analyzer in the system tools, Lin Feng only has to wait patiently. Analysis complete. A moment later, the sound of the system notification rang beside Lin Feng's ears, and the magical power analyzer also listed out the detailed information. Magical power name, little reincarnation technique type, spell effect, discern right from wrong, understand cause and effect, guide the attacks of others to deviate from the original path, thus achieving the goal of defense. Through the magical power analyzer, Lin Feng very quickly understood all of the principles and essence of this spell, and then grasped the spell. Lin Feng took out the snake blood that Xiao Budian and Xiao Yen gathered. After being nourished by the Thundershock Staff for a long period of time, this giant python's blood was actually a light gold color. The blood was extremely viscous, but it didn't solidify, and instead rippled with a faint radiance. After separating a portion of the snake blood, Lin Feng threw the thundershock staff into the snake blood and then started to use his own mana to circulate the Buddhist magical power little reincarnation technique, continuing Hui Ku's unfinished business and refining this protective Buddhist weapon. The surface of the thundershock staff continuously flickered with golden light, as if it was a living being breathing in and out. Between breaths, it continuously absorbed the spirit energy contained within the snake blood. Hui Ku's refinement of this magic item was already at the final stage. In a few more days, he would be able to complete it. But in the end, because he was greedy and hunted down Xiao Yin, in the end Lin Feng took advantage of it. Right now, Lin Feng didn't care about the cost and put in a lot of effort to refine it. In less than 2 days, he successfully refined it. The completely refined thundershock staff was completely golden and flowed with a dazzling golden radiance. Bursts of sandalwood fragrance assailed the nostrils, and there was even the incessant sound of Buddhist chanting. Placed there, the entire magic item was wrapped in Buddhist light, and within the Buddhist light, there were even countless images flashing. Buddhas, arhats, samanis, flying apsaras, heavenly dragons, giant elephants, treasured trees. Countless images rose and fell. Even more because Hui Ku had already completed 99%. So even though the final step was kicked open by Lin Feng, this Qi disciple stage cultivator, this thundershock staff is still a foundation establishment stage magic item. This is what Lin Feng is most satisfied with. Lin Feng finished refining the thundershock staff and threw it to Xiao Yin. This is what he promised. This kind of magic item can effectively raise his disciple's strength. Xiao Badian looked on impatiently and came up to shake Lin Feng's hand. Master, I also want a foundation establishment stage magic item. Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't you like that hammer? Xiao Badian grabbed the white bone hammer, scratching his head and smiling, saying, I do like it a lot, too bad it's broken. Master, help me fix it. Lin Feng nodded his head. I'll be free in a bit. Right now, Master has some proper business to do. Saying this, he picked up the unconscious Mr. Vulture on the ground. The poor bald old man's head was already full of bumps from being beaten up by Xiao Badian. After being awakened by Lin Feng's lightning stimulation, his first reaction was already not to open his eyes, but to want to hug his head with his hands out of conditioned reflex. Unfortunately, Xiao Badian was already prepared. The beast tendon rope tied him up like a rice dumpling. After struggling for a long time, he still didn't receive the already customary hammer. Mr. Vulture stared blankly, almost being moved to tears. Every time the poor old man was woken up, he was knocked unconscious again in less than a second. The amount of time he was awake after waking up this time was actually even more than before added together. Lin Feng looked at this scene in amusement. Clearing his throat, he asked, How many people did the house of the Marquis of Xuanji send into the mountains to hunt down the Society of the Strong Gale?